Hello, hello. It's Saturday. So good to be here. It's my one day off for the week. Glad I could spend it with you. Today's just going to be a open panel, general open panel. The link should be pinned. If it's not, let me know. Um, I don't know what's going on in the news. Does anything happen on weekends? Let's see. U.S. and Iran held talks that Mahmoud Khalil guys getting deported. Tariffs. Oh, wait, back up. Trump authorizes military to take control of the land at the U.S. Mexico border. Well, isn't that already determined? Doesn't U.S. and Mexico already know where their control is? How is there even land to take control of? This makes me suspicious. Hang on. Although it is just one article from The Guardian. Trump authorizes. This is why I don't like going down these rabbit holes. Dobez, hello, an African. Well, I'll have to learn about the tariffs from you because I haven't been keeping up with them. I don't know any of the details. Welcome, Frank. Did you come to tell your Santa story? Dave Smith. What happened there? I don't even know about that one. I don't even know. I know Dave Smith. I don't even. Oh, Douglas Murray. What did they talk about? Yeah, I don't really follow either one, but I do see Dave Smith pop up on different pod panels, YouTubes. Frank, what's up? It's good to see you around again. You clicked well, it's always the wrong button. How do you think I got my audience? I depend on people clicking wrong buttons. Hello, Helena. Good to see you. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do a mental health topic. Let me oh wait, I was checking on this military thing. It allows armed forces to take direct role ROLL in securing the southern border, which Trump memo says is under attack. To crack down on undocumented immigrants, but don't we already control that land? What land exactly are we taking control of that we don't already control? Department of Defense should be given jurisdiction to federal lands, including the Roosevelt Reservation. But doesn't the federal already have jurisdiction? Oh, maybe not the DoD. I don't know. This sounds complicated. Like they might not even know what they're talking about. Anyway, that happened too. So that's news. I'll do the mental health topic. What's the Well, it caught you. Thank you for clicking. 80. Oh my god. I haven't really been on Twitter, but I haven't seen anything about it at all. Um oh, and we have a guest in the back. So let me throw out the topic and then we can bring on a guest. It says the fear of being seen versus the hunger to be understood. That tension that a lot of us feel, wanting connection, but also hiding behind armor or anonymity or avatars, you could say. We can open it up to stuff like masking, shame, performative identity, or even how vulnerability feels dangerous but is often what we're craving most. Um, what's the question? Hang on, let me get a question from it. All right, this is what it says. Why do I want to be seen so badly, but feel terrified when someone actually sees me? I wonder if that's related to what I know as imposter syndrome that I have so bad.
Hello.
There was nothing in the thumbnail. Frank, you just making up words now. Hey, Busker, welcome.
Hey man, I like your artwork that you've been like for your avatar, whatever they call it for the artwork for your stream.
Oh, the background?
Yeah,
Well, thank you.
seen a
I'm
couple of
testing
them.
out a few things.
I think it's awesome, dude. Love it. Love it, dude. And the color,
Well,
the
I'll keep it up for
contrast.
today.
Contrast is fucking wicked, dude.
I
Awesome.
wanted something Gen X.
Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. I was thinking, man, this is so punk rock 80s kind of,
Yeah, I was gonna say 80s.
Yeah, totally.
Africano.
What's up, PA?
Can I get you an Americano?
Oh, dude, did you hear that
Hello, hello.
Pam Bondi is being sued or that like the whole because there's no uh Epstein files or anything? I just heard that.
They ain't ever going to release that stuff, are they? Really? You know, you
What's
reckon that
up?
will even leaking it? I mean, we know in some respect, but god damn, man, what's going to change here? Huh? Hello, Ireland. There's loads of them.
I mean, like I think that what people are hoping to find is like, you know, people getting outed for doing really bad things.
Of course.
Like very powerful people.
Ah, don't you think like no matter what, like there's no this what's it the communist thing, isn't it? Show me the man, I'll show you the crime, right? That's a saying, right? Show me the man, I'll show you the crime.
Right?
Um, I don't think any of us are free from that. It's the hierarchy, the richest that are immune from it in some ways until they become too much of a problem and then out.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You,
absolutely. There's no doubt. No doubt.
Ooh, ooh, man, that was one of the biggest unintentional burns. See, Frank, YouTube's got your number. You've been around long enough. So, what were y'all talking about? The rich and powerful getting away with shit?
Pretty much, yeah.
I don't think they always do.
oh, they do. I mean, they do.
Well, then just become rich and powerful, and you can get
Well, I
away
mean,
with stuff
I
too.
mean, when you new money to old money, right? And if you're born into money, or if you become someone like Bezos, or I guess Elon Musk, or one of the ones that came from fuck all. So, right, Bezos is actually, in some respect, so did the guys from Google and even Wozniak and Jobs. But
What do you
these
think they're all doing that they're getting away with, like drugs and hookers and
Oh,
stuff?
I think when money becomes nothing to you in some ways, you're going to invest in odd things. You're gonna or you're gonna get bored. So these are the people we know that have the money, the people that are unknowns to us. You know.
And what they're prone to is not like really allowed to be talked about on YouTube, but what they're prone
Oh,
to is something very despicable because once they run out of okay, women are whatever, men are whatever, money's whatever. I need something else, and what happens a lot is they turn to the youngins.
Yeah. I mean, that's a power game, isn't it?
Yeah,
Or
that
yeah,
too.
it's a power. It's a power over people. So it doesn't have to even. Yeah,
but I
youngins,
like it's
millennials,
more meaningful to
pedophilia.
have power over something powerful that's a challenge, not over the
Yeah,
weakest, most
but
vulnerable
yeah,
people. That hardly seems like a victory at all to feel good
I, I,
about.
I don't know. Is there a cabal in the world, or is it rudderless?
They're just
Probably
really
said,
they're just really sick, man. It doesn't even have to do with power. I mean, that could be part of it. Like, yeah, I can really abuse this little kid, But then, like because they're helpless, and I have power in that sense. They have power. Whoever has power in that
Thi-
sense.
This very much reminds me of the satanic panic of the 80s. They were saying the same thing. There's this inner group of powerful people that are doing things with children at daycare
Well,
centers.
but they probably always have been.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and,
well,
and every
And not
culture.
probably in America is a prime example, as well as say Australia and some of Africa, right?
And England and God, I
Oh
mean,
yeah, no, England's is coming out Operation Elvedon and other things that are looking into. Oh my God, they don't even want to go there because back then the establishment controlled the narrative completely, and
yeah.
that has only changed in the last what guy 80 years properly. You know, unlike the press that we had of the free press, Reuters, and how that started. You know.
Oh, African. Who's that dude who was in the? He died, but then in the end, they found out that he was doing bad things to these children with cancer, and he spent lots of money, and he was like very very famous.
Are you
And
talking about the Jingle Jangle guy they call Jimmy Savile, right?
Savile, that's him.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, I mean,
See, that's a
he
perfect
had
example.
Broadmoor. He
That's
had Broadmoor, bro. He used to go to a mental institution where there were people, drugged up girls, you name it, and he
yeah,
used to invite people in there. Like back
who
then,
did?
yeah, they used to take
Jimmy
you.
Savile.
You know that they
This
used
is
to take you.
somebody.
Oh, no, I know. That's the guy we're not supposed to talk about.
Why?
Well, we can talk about
Let's.
him instead.
They brought him up the other day, and I tried to
Oh, you don't
move the
like him?
conversation along.
Okay, okay, fair play. But that
It
stuff still
it
haunts the
it
country.
it, it goes into what I'm saying. These very very liked powerful people can do very despicable things for, and they don't get find out till they're dead, pretty much.
Well, yeah, but he had a lot of other people there. It
Oh
wasn't just
yeah,
him. There's always a network. Never one individual. He's a
that's
very
right.
funny guy, considering the aspect that he saw life at. I believe is that because he was Catholic, I believe it was like, I've done so much good, I'm going to do so much bad. In the end, like when I get judged, there'll be a book. You did good, or you did bad, and it will weigh itself out. He was a fucked
Yeah,
up motherfucker. He's weird, bro. He's a weird guy, and there's a
he,
lot of that.
he was
I'm
always so fucking weird looking,
He
dude.
was
He
into
was
the
like,
occult, man. He was into the occult, and he understood like Oliver Crowley's sort
oh
of
yeah,
work, didn't
Alistair,
he?
yeah,
Jingle jangle. That's why I say jingle jangle because it's like what do they call it again? When you have
I associate that with Christmas.
oh yeah, no, what do they call it? Jeff, what do they
The
call it
mall elf.
when you use like what Rasputin did in some ways? We have a
That
name
you
for
what?
Rasputin. Rasputin was a hypnotist, but the way he utilized that, for taking over them, if you will, hypnotizing. It's a real
Y'all
thing.
are getting
What do
crazy.
they
Get y'all
call it today?
serious now.
Oh no, but that's what Jingle Jangle used in some respect, which Oliver Crowley used because it was the same thing. We call it. What do we call it? NLP. That's the one. Yeah,
Neuro linguistic
yeah.
programming.
So
And there's
you
people
use
that
that.
think that things are happening through TV and movies
Yeah,
too.
well, yeah. I mean, of course. How weak is some people's mind, not
yeah,
understanding how their minds work. And then the mind is set on many things at many times of the day and how you feel, if you're hungry, whatever, all the influence over drugs, alcohol, food, you name it, man. Your health, your gut health is one of the most important things, bro. People forget that.
What do you? How do you feel about kombucha plastic?
I love kombucha. I say I I eat actually kimchi. I love this stuff. I can have like a glass of for breakfast sometimes. I'll have a glass of tomato juice, and I'll get my kimchi, and I'll just have some of that, and it's make it down with some and that's it. And then I'll have some protein later, and that's it for the morning.
What
Yeah,
kind of protein?
Well, probably like a cheese, a
Oh,
yogurt, maybe a piece of meat. Things that you have to have a protein in the morning. It kicks you off. It really
yeah.
does.
is potato chips a protein?
No, it's a
Oh,
carb. fat, and you don't want to eat
That's
that sort of
fat,
stuff.
huh? That's
Oh,
not
of course it is, because it's cooked in like hydrogenated fats and all that crap. It's
Yeah,
like,
like really bad oils, dude.
yeah, really seed oils and stuff. They're bad, man.
well,
Listen
they
to what
taste so good.
RFK has been saying. What he's saying is very true, and I've known about this for a long time. It's about time somebody spoke up about this shit. There's a lot of bad stuff going on that you don't know, man. You probably don't want to know.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, but
Probably only Alex Jones knows.
I mean,
No,
we live this
no,
long, don't we? Though.
no. Like more than that, a lot of Americans know, and so does RFK. How much will come out? That's to be seen.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I'm open to whatever comes out.
Yeah.
It's been a really nice day here. I did a braai today, or barbecue as you'd call it. My
What
speciality,
did you call it?
a braai,
A braai?
BRAI. That's what we call it in down south in
Oh,
SA. I did a spatchcock chicken, but I made it Korean barbecue.
good to
Yeah,
know.
yeah, I got my
Oh, a
Oh, I
barbecue.
braai.
love Korean
A
barbecue.
braai is kind of like a cookout
Barbecue.
kind of
Oh,
thing.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
barbecue. Yeah, yeah.
barbecue. But with coal or wood rather than like gas. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
you cook it on the wood breaks down, the embers, bang, let's get on the meat on. Great heat. I have a pit. I have a really good pit. So I
dude.
use
I
my
remember I always loved cooking over fire when I was camping, like way more
Hmm.
than cooking over a grill.
That's
On a
the
grill.
best.
Yeah, that's right.
impairs flavor. Let alone if you like brine your meat beforehand, or I marinated this before I put it on, and then I made after basting it and turning it after spatchcocking. Then I made another sort of stickier barbecue sauce, homemade. Everything's like from little pieces, and added on, and then I boiled that down, made it thicker, wrapped it in parchment, wrapped it again in tin foil, and stuck it in the oven at low, and then I served it up with pickle, and so it's just a homemade pickle, or red
Yeah,
onion really, and with the sauce on, drizzled with potatoes. So basically, potato salad that I made earlier in the morning.
I love parchment paper, dude. That stuff is like awesome for
You
lots
should,
of reasons.
yeah,
I'll have to try it.
you should separate the tin foil from your food. Try not to use aluminium. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
my pans are
Aluminum.
basically, yeah. You shouldn't use aluminum. Yeah, aluminium. I only use steel and iron and copper. That's it. But
Yes,
mainly
sounds
iron.
good,
Really.
man.
Welcome, Dobez. What's going on this weekend?
Hello. Is my mic working?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, wonderful. Well, nothing much is going on. Although, I will be alone for like at least a week or two because my friend who I'm living with, he's down home for the Easter, but I'm not. I'm gonna stay here for the
Oh,
Easter, and so that's kind of nice actually. I'm looking forward to having the entire apartment completely for myself,
yeah.
at least for a week
For
or two.
2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't know how. Like he doesn't know when he's gonna come back. So it could be a week, could be two, could be three.
Oh,
Who knows? But I'm not yet sort of in the good mood of being alone completely because it's still kind of dirty. I need to clean everything first, and I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But
Is your other man like dirty? Is he?
Hey Jeff, I'll be right back, man. I gotta go get some coffee.
oh, okay. Yeah, no problem, Busker.
Yeah, be right back.
okay. Yeah, no, to your question, he is not dirty. He is like his standard of cleanliness and orderliness is higher than mine. We're both Norwegians, so we are both conscientious by nature. We both want a level of order and stability and structure, but his is higher than mine. And so,
So you're the slob, like in that TV show.
That's basically what
well,
he's saying.
yeah, but at the
I
same
can't
time,
imagine
I
that
do.
though. You don't seem like the slob type.
Yeah, but
Okay, you have
slob
to.
version to theirs is nothing to ours.
This guy might just be an
Yeah.
OCD clean
Okay,
freak.
you have to realize though, Jeff, that I don't make much of a mess at all, and that's by design. You know, I hate cleaning. I have very little willpower to clean and order stuff. So the solution is just not to make a mess.
Right.
You know, I attempt to always do the little things when I can, so I don't have to do any big cleaning. You know, and it works for my own room. It doesn't really work for the rest of the house. And
Oh.
so, whilst my room, you know, I need to use maybe a minute a day, and every week maybe a 10-minute vacuum cleaning, and my room is, fine again. But the rest of the house, that's going to take like 2-3 hours.
Oh god.
So,
It's a discipline for sure.
it is, but
Always, buddy. Always. Everything.
But it's
like the
annoying
older
because
you
I
get.
want to make, like, I want for the Easter to actually make food, because the main sort of motivation for making our food ourselves is that we're two people, and it's a social event. We're friends, and it's our main arena of interaction. And so now that he's not here, I still want to keep making homemade foods, but I haven't cleaned the kitchen yet. So I'm like stuck in the limbo where I don't really want to clean, but I want to make the food. And then I capitulate to decide, you know what, I'll take it tomorrow, and I just buy something easy.
Once you start, are you like, will the momentum carry you through?
With some things like
oh.
cleaning, yes. With studying, no. But with cleaning, yeah. Once I've started, I have to finish. I can't leave it half finished. I would rather have it unkempt than a sort of middle of the road thing. That's again just something in my nature. Once I started,
It's a weird psychological phenomenon too, because I
yeah,
have the same thing, and so do a lot of other people, where the getting started is the actual issue, not the cleaning or not the
yeah, because
task. It's the psychology of how to transition to that task to get started.
the first step requires actual willpower, but once you get started, once you see
Yeah,
that things
it's
actually
finding
get
like
more
what
orderly.
ignites that willpower. Why do we have to overcome that resistance? And that's the actual problem, not even the work.
Well,
It's our mind like playing a trick or telling us something about what we have to do that's causing us to resist doing it. But once we actually start doing it, none of that even comes into play.
I honestly think that made me think about. I think my mother is kind of a genius in that sense, because I've probably said this before, that we have a tradition in the family. When you clean the house, you have ABBA music playing. But that's like really genius, because then she just needs to put on ABBA, which is a very little use of willpower, and now she's in the mood and she's already beginning. Whilst most other people, their use of willpower will be needed to actually start cleaning, but hers is this very little effort.
So she already has like a motivating trigger built in that she can activate.
Yes, I had planned to clean today. I had a lot of plans, and then I woke up and I saw that it was raining outside, and then I didn't want to, because my main issue, I don't want to go out with the trash, especially the what do you call it? Paper pap?
Snow.
I don't know what.
Oh.
No, no,
What?
no, no. It's
Paper
not.
hat?
No,
He
I
goes
don't
out
know
with a paper hat.
what. That's not. No. Okay.
You didn't want to
Anyways,
wear
just
the paper hat.
no, no. Trash that gets really disgusting in the rain. I don't want to let that
There's a
stay and
specific
ferment.
Norwegian word for that?
No. It's
Oh.
just a type of material I don't know the English name of, that
Oh.
does get kind of disgusting
Cardboard,
in the rain.
Cardboard.
And so I didn't want to actually go out with like two like 2 square meters of that and throw it out in the rain, and then it's going
Right.
to stay in the trash can for like a week, really, wet and fermented, and probably a lot of fungus and stuff. So my whole motivation was sort of ruined. But it's fine. Maybe there will be at least one day of sun, I hope, the coming week. At least one. I'm not optimistic enough to say there will be 2, but one hopefully.
And then you can
maybe I
get
can
stuff
actually
done.
study a bit too. Yeah, because the only reason I'm staying home is because I don't trust myself being able to actually study when I'm home or I'm on a trip in Sweden or whatever. And it's beginning to close in on exam season. Not yet, it begins in May, but it's close enough where, I like last semester, I began studying 2 days before the exam.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, I still passed, but it wasn't good grades. And so I kind of want to do more
Are
than
you going to
pass.
be able to study by yourself when you're alone? Or at least
I hope I
that's your
can.
best chance.
It is my best chance because at least now there's a possibility I'll study. If I went home, there's no possibility I'll
Right.
study.
Yeah.
And so I just have to grit my teeth. And is that an English saying?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Grit your teeth. But
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you're young. You just got to get that discipline going. All right.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Just
But
put a
again,
password on YouTube.
again, how many years of study you got left? 4, 3? Like how many?
No, it's 2 years.
Two more years left, and this is university, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then you try find where you're going to, or you get headhunted for a placement. But yeah, I mean, what are you doing? Is it masters? I take
No,
it.
a bachelor.
Bachelor. Okay. Yeah. Go to a master's. If you're good
Yeah,
enough, you
I'm
got the
thinking
money
of it.
for it as well. But nevertheless, you're right. Try get into that. Try study, man.
Yeah.
As you say, just elevate that. Shine. Don't just go there.
Elevate your shine.
Well, it's difficult for graduates as yourself, Dobbs, because I wasn't a graduate. Okay, I didn't go to university. I went to a lot of universities and partied with friends I knew that were in universities around the world. So it was good, but there's some arrogance there. Nevertheless, these days, as a graduate, the jobs are depending on where you're going, are being closed down even more.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Don't take out too much debt, but good luck.
Hang on.
Well,
What's happening
luckily
in
for me,
China?
Tariffs mostly. I mean,
You're saying somebody's panicking. China's huge, my friend.
yeah.
Where in China?
Oh, right, because they
There's
don't
no
show
panics in
emotion.
China. There's no panics are
No
happening in
panic
China.
there, because if you panic, you're
Yeah.
dead.
No panics. There's nothing happening there. It's
We're talking
completely
about China.
calm
We're
and
fine.
peace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, true, Dobes, I would say that China has been hiding from the West loads for so long. What did 90 days exemption from the rest? China's 145% tariff.
Yeah.
It's like he's not taking that away. He's like, yeah, okay, come on,
No.
I'll double down again.
China tried to back down though. They said that, at this point, because I follow the Chinese embassy on Twitter, which is a wild ride, by the way. You should follow the Chinese embassy and the Russian former PM because it's insane. It's really funny to read. But they literally posted a speech by Ronald Reagan and tagged Donald Trump. Take a listen to this, Trump. And it's just a speech by Reagan. So when, the Chinese embassy, the CCP lectures Trump on Reaganomics. What? What is going on there? But yeah, they are. They stated, I think, that it's it has gone too far, and so even if Trump increases the tariffs more, they will not increase it further, which sounds to me like them saying that please stop, we don't want more. But it is also true, America, if they impose 1,000% tariff on China, that's mutual suicide. You know, it's
Yeah,
100%. That's
yeah, no,
possible. That's handleable.
it is. But he's trying to bring them to the table, and he's also trying to
Yeah.
make sure. For years, the world has subsidized China and its economy, not just the
Oh, yeah.
IMF and the World Bank, and that has to end. That's what he's saying straight up. They have access to a lot of Africa.
Yeah.
Their mineral wealth is being seeped that way. They don't pay. They're funny with their ways, and they're taking loads of
They're
land.
funny with their ways.
Oh, they kind of are, because they're a hierarchical sort of totalitarianism, aren't they? They're not communist anymore, respectively.
Oh,
They don't
those
look like this
ways.
Not
because they have a free market.
economically.
Well, yeah, but they have a free market, don't they? Still, you
Yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. That's
you
what I
go
said. They're
there.
not communist economically.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
kept it some political and culture, but in economics, they're not communist at all.
yeah. But they're totalitarian, aren't they?
Yeah.
Rather than
Well,
authoritarian.
speaking of funny
They get
ways,
down,
welcome,
right?
Mike. What's up?
Hey, what's up? I think to everyone's credit, hello everybody, salute. I think Trump is one of the best things that ever happened to this country, because Trump is, I think, the first original, only real businessman president. Like, he has a business mind. He thinks about business first. And yes, he loves America, but you're right. China has been getting away with way too much stuff for so many years. And I think Trump wants to bring back a lot of pride in America and a lot of like manufacturing and things like that, because it's easy for us to sub out manufacturing to places like China and other countries. And I think we need to bring that back home to America, rebuild America's steel, rebuild minerals, rebuild, natural resources here. So I think Trump does see the bigger picture. The biggest problem, I think, is that we're going to have to brunt it. We're gonna have to pay more for a couple years to get back to normalcy again. So it's gonna suck for another couple years. But you're right, the tariffs are to bring them to the table. That's perfectly said. To force them to have to deal with us. Because if they don't, let's say brass tacks as they are, the world depends on America for defense and for trade, mainly for defense. America is the strongest military to ever exist. And Plastic, you're a military man. You know that the American might is unmatchable.
Oh, yeah, I
But
mean, still today, yeah, it's unbelievable.
but but Trump is not going to start. Excuse my language. Trump is done with whoring our military out to other countries
Oh, yeah,
that don't have our best interests in heart, that
but
aren't looking out for us.
King,
So
for years, America has given so much to this earth, and those countries taking it and using what they have become like monsters
right,
themselves. You know what I mean?
yeah,
You're feeding something, they're keeping it and going the power. Oh yeah, because America's gives food to the most needy. Well, that food doesn't just go to people. The people, they use it against the people to keep them in check. And America sees this. I think how it's happening. It's like
I mean,
accountability here.
our greatest ally is the kingdom. Our greatest ally is United Kingdom, New Zealand. I mean, you know, all of the British Isles. That's always been our greatest um, friendship. In military wise, and so I think America's going to try to start standing up on their own. I hope they don't go all the way that way, but it's just like it's time for America to get back to America.
Yeah,
And
and
to
I agree.
focus on their values.
I think,
Yeah,
yeah, I agree,
yeah,
but also saying that it's the value of the Western foundation. That system needs to exist
sure.
for all of us to be homogenous, and that homogeny is being destroyed with liberalism, with the ideas that are coming in that are like, look,
Yes.
these are existential. They don't like human rights. They don't really exist, do they? You have to be enforced in a human right. There is no human right. If you want a right, make it an economic right over people,
Mhm.
probably to the tune of like water. You need water first to live, and then
But
probably education, shelter, and then there, bang. That would be a human right.
but Plastic, you're the only one on this panel right now. People don't understand what it's like to serve. I have never, none of us other than you have served. The world is different outside of our bubble. It's a different world out there. People don't understand what really goes on with the politics and all these
Well,
crazy games that governments play.
I mean,
You understand that,
yeah, but
so,
yeah, I
and
mean,
respect to you.
yeah, but sir, again, it's just a formula of how you exist and how your men and the hierarchy exist, and the accountability and honor
Right.
you have to have that respect and fear, know that I can do the job. Even if I die, the next guy's got my back and he'll do the job, he'll finish it. Okay. And
Yeah.
down to the level, to the the comms, bombs, radio signals. Oh my god, man, satellite systems. Holy shit. America have things that I don't think the world even want to see. I mean, Russia has a Tsar bomb, but America have things that are like, I reckon, up there. And that crap can come down on us like you don't want to know. I mean, HARP, you know what HARP is? You Americans have
Is that
been,
the weather program?
yeah, but
Yeah. So,
it's the way you can manipulate weather.
Jeff,
Woo.
that is real. Jeff, that is real. It does
Oh,
exist.
100%. Yeah, it's
That
100%.
does
Real.
exist.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And we've
Yeah.
made it in America. Have made it more and more capable and
Yeah.
secret, and things that everything is becoming smaller, and not just bigger. It's the way we can actually negate these powers that we have. I think it was the first Earth Battalion I read about that was created in America. I think after MK Ultra sort of time, if you will, and that sort of stuff has been looking at sound wave, radio lengths, you name it, man, for years.
I'm not gonna get too much into it. I'm sorry, let me cut you. I'll be real quick. I'm not gonna get too much into it, but a lot of the container ships and some of the military ships, but mainly the container ships, they're non-lethal. They have sound wave technology that could deter pirates with sound waves.
No,
Africa, you know what I'm talking about? The
What
sound
kind of
wave weapons.
sounds?
It will make you
Over the
sick.
megaphones saying, "Don't attack! We have the
No,
backing of the
no,
Right.
British
no.
military."
it's a
It makes you
frequency
very, very sick.
they can probably
That only affects pirates.
no.
It affects the
It's
human
to
mind.
control
So
people.
once you're in that wavelength, okay, it will make you so sick you won't know
Yeah,
you were like,
it can
Right. Sean,
shitting
it
or
says
fuck like
HARP is
that.
a target of conspiracy theorists who claim it is capable of weather manipulation and mind
Yeah,
control.
HARP is real,
That's the
man.
part I'm saying I'm laughing about
HARP is
and
real, my
saying it's
friend.
not a real thing.
Well, if HARP is not real, but they did prove that cloud seeding is real, where they're putting
Yeah, I've
the
known about
yeah.
cloud seeding most of my
But
life.
why
I
It's
can't
noticed that in
HARP
school.
is
but
real as well?
it's the same genre. It's weather manipulation. They can actually make it rain by putting things in the
yeah.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
So you think that's what there's an evil plot to make it rain in
It's
places
not
No,
across
it's not an
America?
evil plot. So if you're asking my opinion, and I'm sorry, gentlemen, if you're asking my opinion, I think weather weapons are a way to start a war without looking guilty.
I mean,
What
It's
like
just
where is this like we're sending a cloud somewhere to make it
I
rain? I thought
believe
maybe that's what
I
it was
Jeff,
trying to do.
hang on.
Plastic. Is it in Australia, Pine Gap? Is that where HARP is? And in Alaska and Pine Gap? There's a couple different places where.
There's a couple of them that are
Yeah,
actually maneuverable
yeah,
on the ocean, so they can actually move it out to the ocean. And they can bring it together and erect it,
yeah.
and then it works, and then it collapse it, and then it moves out again because the ships take it out. That's what I mean. We've been able to like pull these things together and make them not just again like static things. They're not static fucking places.
Yeah.
We now moved into a way that we can actually erect stuff quite quickly in areas of ocean, and ocean is big, and then bang. But also, Jeff, it's like King is saying, they do something a week, yeah. They know the weather system winds are going to take it, bang, and then they hop it.
The jet stream. They're manipulating the jet stream.
No,
Yeah.
it's not a joke, Jeff. And for
Wait, so
years,
what? This none of
hang
this
on,
makes. I
so
don't
hang on.
believe any of
So for
this.
years, China have had a problem with big hailstones. This happened in like the 80s. They figured this out. They started like launching artillery rounds with a certain metal into the atmosphere, and it would shoot open and it would break down the ice. So as it came over the vast paddy fields, there were no longer hailstorms destroying it. So that's
Jeff,
weather manipulation.
Jeff, there's videos. There's actually video proof of Dubai
On
being
YouTube, the
flooded. Being
floods. Yeah, I remember
flooded.
that.
Okay, that's in the desert. It doesn't rain there. They manipulated. They cloud seeded the desert,
Yeah.
and
It does. But they said it. Yeah, they said they were doing it anyway.
and they over cloud seeded and they flooded. So if Dubai can do it, What could America do? America can cause
Right, but where
floods.
where are you worried this is happening? Like what's
Right
about to be
here,
flooded or
everywhere,
cloud seeded that you're so
fucking
worried about?
everywhere, everywhere, man. I'm sorry.
That seems like paranoia to be worried that someone's
No,
going to come
there's a
seed a
theory.
cloud over your town and make it rain.
This is going to hit you close to your heart, Jeff. There's a theory only, that HARP was testing stuff during Katrina. There's a theory that
That was the hurricane.
that's why the levees broke, because it was unbelievable storms and rises and rain. So, like I said, this could be weather manipulation, or it could just be natural. It could be God speaking.
That's just
But
natural. That's
I do think that the government, the U.S. government, has these programs in place. I think that
for to do
they
what
do
with?
exist. To cause weapons that are not
For
traceable,
what? Like what to
untraceable weapons. If you have a flood or an earthquake, hey, it's the weather. But what if a military entity is the one behind it? What if? That's all. It's a what if,
what ifs
you
don't
know.
mean anything without any like
But there are
realistic probability of me encountering them.
but these bases do exist, and there's tens of
This is
thousands of
science
people.
fiction. This is just like
Yeah.
alternative
Have they
future
used
or
it to
something.
counteract climate change then? Like, if it exists and they
Yes.
say it should stop climate
Yeah.
change, are they
If
using it to
we're
stop it?
if we're messing with the normal balance, yes, it's affecting climate. It no
That's
doubt.
right. That's right.
That's
Yeah.
not what I asked, though.
Bingo.
What I asked
Bingo.
is what I asked is if the leading institutions of the government have the ability to radically change the weather like that, they also have an ideological drive to say that the weather is fucked up. Why are we not seeing them using those abilities to counteract climate change, which they very clearly state as a key goal of the global administrations?
Hmm. Who knows? It could be sporadic. It could be just a sporadic thing once in a while. It could be a testing thing. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, these are all theories. These are not proven. These are just theories.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I know I've just jumped in again because I was downstairs getting a refill. The planet, and again, the mathematics that weather has is just unbelievable. We're getting better at, dealing with it and predicting, but we can't. Because there's outside forces that are outside of this atmosphere that affect the Earth,
Like
especially
what?
from the star. The sun, yeah, the sun has rays that push off now and again, sunspots, and then we're going through space that are effective to our atmosphere.
Yeah. I think one of the biggest things I was reading about this and looking online, one of the biggest threats is solar flares. Like solar flares or like
Sunspots,
EMPs.
yeah,
They
they are,
can they can wipe out the electrical grid completely. A solar flare
yeah.
can wipe out all electronics on the
We have
planet.
those up here, and it messes up the internet
Yeah,
every time
look,
one happens for like
the
a
thing
week.
is, when solar flares happen, because the star is spinning itself, the star has an axis. We have an axis around, don't we? So we're being pulled, and then we're doing that. So it's where the solar flare happens. Sometimes they happen and they shoot this way. Some of them EMCs will take about 3 days to some several weeks to get here. You know.
Yeah.
So again, taken into effect is when it happens. That's why we monitor it. Is where will the Earth be when that comes and whacks us? You know.
You know, if you're lucky enough in your lifetime to see like a shooting star, or like when we were little, Jeff, remember Haley's comet? You know, like you'd see like
I
a
do.
shooting
I
star or
saw, I
comet.
saw, I saw
And
Haley's.
shooting stars, we see falling stars. We call
Yeah,
them. We see those all the time.
that old.
We'd say, "Oh, look! I just saw a falling star."
But when you see these things, it lets you know how we're nothing but an ant in an ant farm. Like
Yeah,
it's
I know
so
it.
vast and so infinite out there. Like what is truly out there, you know? But a star, I mean, seeing a fallen star, you know, it's just like wow. To even see one, I don't know, Dolbez, you're a young man. You probably never seen a shooting star. Have you seen a shooting
I
star?
think he's
they
seen
have
it.
those at
Yeah,
Norway.
of course he does.
Possibly. I can't
Okay.
really remember.
Oh,
If I
I
Yeah.
have.
remember them. It's a star
It's
that
not
starts
tough, man.
falling.
Yeah, I mean,
I've seen Halley's Comet. I think it's is it 47 years? I can't, I don't
Longer
know.
than
I was a
longer than
little
that.
kid.
Longer than that. Yeah. So you saw it back
Yeah.
in the
It's
80s.
the lifetime of Mark Twain. I know this. So how
Halley's
long did
Comet
Mark
comes
It was like
around.
76 or something. Let me look.
Yeah. I was,
74.
yeah.
Because Mark Twain was born on it and he died on it. 74.
But the thing is that when you see these planets falling and stuff like that, it lets you know that there's so much more out there, and it humbles you. I think the biggest thing in life, and I was actually at church today because we were doing outreach today. I went to church and we were doing the food pantry, and when you talk to people and to see the amount of love that other people have for each other that are in need, it's just like I feel I'm not trolling. I feel humbled, man, because I act like an a-hole a lot. I act like a jerk, and it's like I feel embarrassed because people shouldn't be treating each other like this. We shouldn't.
Well,
But I
then
guess
don't
it's
do it.
but
Yeah.
I
If you
can't
know that,
I can't
choose
Well,
help
not
it.
to every
I
time.
can't help it. It's the way I'm born, Jeff. Jeff, I'm a
You're
maniac
you are a,
Leo.
you are a grown ass man. You
that's
have
right.
control and influence over your own actions at this point in life.
But I love to troll, Jeff. So I talked
Well, then what are
to
you preaching this peace and
because I
love
think I'm
big
gonna
message if you
because
love to troll? You're contradicting your own
I
message.
no, but because I think I'm gonna try to change. I may become very
You
boring.
you
I just
you
may
were
be a
doing good
boring
for a
guest.
while, and then
Yeah.
something pulled you back into the trolling. You started hanging out chaotic truths or something.
I'm effective though. I'm effective. But no, I'm going to try to cut it back a little bit. I mean, I'll attack when I'm attacked, but I'm going to try to cut it back a little bit. I am
Just
because
do.
it's
There
not.
is no try. Just do. Just don't
There's no
troll.
try. It's only do or die. That's an old term. I got you. I got you, man. Maybe your antlers are inspiring me, but it, it's funny because I was talking to someone else and I said, I was like, how can a Catholic and a Satanist be friends, like on YouTube? They're like,
The same way any other people can be friends.
because you find common ground. That's what he told me. You find common ground with
Yeah.
each other, and then, so I think a lot of people need to learn the common ground, and you can get along with anybody as long as you find something that you have in common, and you respect each other. Just show
I
each
said
other
that the other day.
respect. I know you did. I know you did. I'm just reiterating. Yeah.
Man, if somebody would have told me a long time ago that I'd be sitting here talking to a Satanist who's like not a DEI, like left wing, whatever,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, he's Satanist.
and like,
He's just a virgin.
like I would have been like, no way, man. But you know
Yeah.
what? I think like I love being here because it's cool to have common ground with just people that I would never have had common ground with, except back in the punk days,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is an even deeper question. I had no idea 5 years ago. I had no idea I'd be talking to any of you or anything like this.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
What a surprise!
Dig
Life
it.
is.
I
I
know.
was not
We
thinking
all
about this.
grow.
Yeah. What is the Mike? Is it weird that you're talking to an atheist, a Norwegian atheist?
Not at all. Not at all. And I welcome him. And I love him as a human being. He's a human being. I'm a human being. So the thing is that the one thing that I do is I don't judge people. So whatever he believes, he believes. Just like when they were giving me crap about going to rats, and he was doing whatever he was doing. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just trying to show a friend support. I don't have to agree with it. But then they want to lambaste you. In other words, they want to they come after me, Jeff, for being your friend. Because, a Catholic and a Satanist are not supposed to
I
hang
think
out.
I've seen them go after you more for being you, like
but
stuff
why?
before you even showed up here.
But I'm not supposed to be your friend because they say so. But they are the most evil people I've ever seen. They, as in the people casting judgment.
I don't even care about them.
Because
But what I'm trying to give you an analogy. People will put you down for just trying to be friendly with someone with a different view, but then they are able
Yeah,
and
but you don't
allowed
like
to,
any of them anyway. Like, why does it even bother you?
because my
None of you
mission,
like each other, so it
my
shouldn't even be
mission,
mattering.
But I'm the king. I come out on top all the time. My mission is to show the hypocrisy of these people, the hypocrisy of them.
Well,
They're
it's already been
hypocrites.
shown here, for like
Got it.
over and over.
Got it.
We clearly know it here.
That's Jeff's nice way of telling me to stop talking. Go ahead.
Well, about that one topic, it's just you're just not only you preach it to the choir, you're saying the same sermon every time.
But remember, a lot of people are listening for the first time because you're growing. So people need to hear
Oh,
the
so this is like
backstory.
the
What is
update
the
for
viewer
new
count?
viewers.
Brainwash.
All right, I'll
Uh,
give you like a minute or two each stream. You could plug the little.
Got it.
There's all these fuckers out the panel versus this is what they do.
I love it.
Hey guys, I gotta hop off, man. I'm getting a call. But I'll talk to you later.
Take care, Busker.
All right.
It's good
All
to
right,
see you.
Good to see
Busker, keep busking, bro. Keep busking, bro.
you. I wish I could, but that won't happen anytime soon. But I appreciate this.
No, you are the no, you just being you is busking. You're the busker, bro. Keep
You
going,
are
man.
the
Keep
busker.
Cheers,
keep up.
man. Cheers.
All
Like,
right.
if I can't
Stay-
do it out there, I'll do it on the freaking internet. I just gotta get better sound equipment.
Busker, open your window and just start singing to people out the window. Screw it, just do that.
I could. I mean, I like to play and like keep the window open. I play the Cajun accordion. People love it, dude. They never complain about it.
Oh my god, I would love that if I walked by and somebody was playing the Cajun accordion out.
Did you notice, Busker? Did you notice when you were playing the banjo that African's beard was dancing? Did you see his beard dancing around? Did you see it?
Banjo.
I'm just messing. I'm just trying to make you. I'm just trying to make you laugh, bro. I'm just trying to make you laugh.
I haven't played banjo in a long time, but
I want to get out.
Look, you got it dancing right now. Nah, stay positive, brother. Stay positive, man. You're a really good person, man. Stay positive.
Yeah, appreciate it. See you guys.
Take care, Busker.
Salute. What a sweetheart of a guy. That guy's a sweetheart, man. He really is.
I mean, do you think again, King, as you said with the congregation that you have and where you meet congregations, it's the same thing of anything. The numbers validate their thought in the way they're allowed to be. And that whole thing about like offsetting some of your sin, I would transubstantiation, as they put it, the literal.
Willis, what are you talking about?
What? Me?
Yeah, I know, but what?
I'm just saying. Judgment. You bastard.
I think at the end of.
Go ahead.
I think at the end of the day, I think at the end of the day, this is a social experiment. I think I honest to God think that we all learn something from each other. Like we talk and we learn little tidbits of life from each other. No matter what our age is, where we come from, or what we do. I learned something from Africa. I learned something from Dolbez. I learned something from you, Jeff.
Yeah,
and
I think we've been doing that for like probably even before we were human, like for thousands of years around the campfire. We would swap information and wisdom and tips and experiences and stories and all kind of stuff. And we're just carrying. This is like the modern version of carrying that on.
But you say that, Jeff, but there are a lot of people out in the world that are very close-minded and they don't accept others that are different than them. I think,
King, wouldn't it be capacity over things? Most people would say, they don't have the capacity to think like you can think. You can only, take a horse.
They
to
never
water,
say that,
drink sort of thing. Humans are like that too. People don't have the capacity. They don't want to. Ignorance is bliss, maybe.
Exactly.
And even not choosing is a choice again in the world we live in right now. Because humanity has never been, I guess, this communicable. How much information we all are creating all the time.
And look what it's doing to people. Like they're not processing it very well.
No, but I mean, think about like look at the trends that are happening because of say what's it, fans only fans, and look what that's doing. And look how that, even though they're young women getting money from men and they're making millions in years.
For showing their feet.
Yeah. Or showing them whatever. With their boobs, whatever they're doing, okay? Well, it's porn, art, and it's porn, soft porn, whatever. It's that industry. And that's choice again. You got to admit that, okay, fine, you're allowed to do that. But the implications of that to the young man, why in the West, since the fall of fertility rates, family members breaking up, marriages, all that stuff is culminating into the breakdown of us because of these again ideas, liberal ideas we're allowed to do.
Yeah.
Like,
And I
so you
think
think OnlyFans is contributing to reduce birth rates? Like
I
they
mean,
don't want the real version
I
anymore?
mean, I would say the hardest one in the West would be that families aren't able to set up shop. So when my parents were young and we had, he was in his 20s and my mum was in her 20s. So these days, when people get together and they're ready to own a house and all that stuff, they're in their 30s. And for that age, it's less likely to happen, if you see. And
I think
people are
if you
stepping up.
agree, if you agree, I think, and Jeff and Dolbez, you're a younger guy, so you're still kind of getting in the whole mix of the way all this adult stuff works. You're a younger guy, like you haven't been with 50 women or something like that, or I mean, I'm saying you're still a younger guy. But I think what happens is, and please let me know if I'm wrong or right. I think the human brain with all the pornography and the OnlyFans and all of the one upping, you get desensitized to a normal relationship, just a normal relationship that works. You can't wait to get home. You want to have fun. And then all of this pornography and all of this other stuff turns into, well, I want to see someone on a trapeze jumping on top of me. And I'm saying it's a weird analogy. I'm saying, but like, your mind keeps going to more and more deeper places for pleasure, for the dopamine. Back in the day, you were happy with your wife. You didn't think about anybody else. You
Oh,
loved
you
your.
probably thought about stuff.
No,
This is
Jeff,
you
I
50
was.
women later, Dobes.
Jeff, when I was married, I was extremely loyal. Now, when we did deteriorate, yes, we started kind of drifting apart, and that happens. But when I was truly happy, she was the one and only. And I swear to God, that's the truth. But yes, that did dissolve. But what I'm trying to say is these younger men have so much access to all this crazy pornography and this debauchery and all this wild stuff. It's hard for these younger generations to have a traditional relationship. Do you agree? Just a
Okay,
traditional
Can't they
relationship.
have one anyway?
hang on, hang
Like
Yes,
on.
they can
but that's
decide to
not.
have one.
No,
That's
but
not.
it won't just be that stuff as well. It'll be their social media profiles and how that is saved and how people access that when they know, oh, such and such is getting together, and they influence it. Like women always do that, don't they? Come on, mainly. And dudes, we all go like, yeah, I'm with this chick now, and we're like, yeah, okay, cool, dude, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden, oh, I just don't want me anymore because their friends are like, this guy's a dickhead because somebody tried it on, and that sort of thing. Well, there's a lot of that always.
But Mike, to your
But,
point,
but
I
also,
don't think pornography and OnlyFans is in any way the cause or a leading cause to this lack of families in our generation. I think that's just self-medication because there's so few couples being made. There's so little relationship building and everything in this generation, and the pornography and all that's just the self-medication part. That's not actually the leading cause, I would say.
but it's money, isn't it? First and foremost, it's money. They're the products. People are buying the product. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, okay. The funniest thing is one woman can do it. Do it. If they're listening to it, just do it because AI is taking that shit over. AI
You're
is
gonna have
gonna,
to
is
cook
gonna
you
ruin
a
the porn
robot.
industry. It is because it's really no. You wouldn't believe how close this stuff fucking is to where it really gets rendered to the top end.
The real
All
booty.
right. All you need is a model. It's like again stop motion.
There's plenty of models in media by now.
Do you
But
do you
no,
remember that movie Cherry 9000?
I
It's
tried to
it's
watch it the other day, but it was pretty bad. I couldn't get
yeah, I've
past
never
it's
watched it.
like
I know
it's basically
with Melanie. Was it Melanie Griffith?
it's like with the sex androids. It's almost like where humanity is going, where it's going to be just like
I don't
robots
want an android.
I
that
mean,
men want. Like, in other words, what I'm trying to say is what I'm trying to allude to is that men want less and less of a human connection. They just want
But
their
I
quick
don't. Do you
fix.
really think they do? I mean, do you? Do any of
Yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah.
Would y'all
My
pick
own.
an
All right.
android over a
my own kids who are grown, I talk to them all the time about their relationships, and they get bored, they get tired.
They
In other
say they
words, they're
want
not.
Android.
No, Jeff. But it's like they're not willing to fight anymore. They're looking for the better deal. Like in other words, like the younger generation is not really interested in being married for 50 years, for not having that long-term relationship. They're looking for fun,
No,
you know,
not
and
necessarily, bro. What they're looking for, okay, is the great deal. Sorry, King. I wasn't trying to interrupt you. That's what I think.
It's very differential.
Damn, I interrupted him and he went off.
They both got snatched. So what? Let's see. What was the top? So I have to. Oh no, you're back. Okay.
yeah, no, you're good. Good. So
This seems like a straight topic. I don't know how much I have to say on it.
Self-gratification.
yeah, but I mean, Jeff, you remember being younger and meeting somebody that you were so into and you could
Yeah.
not wait to get out of school or get off work.
But dating was the norm too. Like
But
being in a couple, being monogamous, that was kind of the ideal and the
But
norm.
to rush home to tell all your friends about this person, to gloat about this person,
To gloat.
it seems more like dating is like how much money does he or she have and can I get a nicer car? It just dating seems like a business now. It doesn't seem like a love
It's
affair
always been
anymore.
kind of a business. At
No,
least since the internet. Before that, they had the personal ads.
not for me. All I can tell you is that I met a girl. I remember getting on my knee and saying, "Will you be my girlfriend?" Like that's so old school high school stuff. But what I'm trying to say is that that was when we had an innocent heart and an innocent mind. And now it's how many people can I date in 1 week? You know, that's the whole mindset now. It's debauchery.
I don't think
It's
everybody's like that.
95% of people.
Of the younger
Nine,
generation?
yes, 95.
No.
Yeah, oh yeah, twerking online, only
No.
dude.
Right, so
That's
Jeff,
like the movie Kids. That's like
no,
saying like the whole generation is like that
well,
movie.
no,
Well, the movie Kids, which I love, that Harmony Comedy.
Harmony
He's a great
Korine.
director.
Yeah.
But that was about like drug-addled dirtbags, you know. But I mean, the normal, well-raised teenager yearns for that mate, for that love. But I mean, like I said, that's in my time. I don't. But
But
what I'm
you don't think they still yearn for that? That's normal. That's like a very human thing to do. I
very
can't
few.
believe that just disappeared.
It probably went from 50-50 to 95-5%.
so
I
hang on,
think.
hang on, hang on,
Yep.
hang on. I know I'm interrupting again, but then
No,
you
you
could
can
say,
interrupt.
argue,
Go ahead.
Jeff, why is this rise in transgender children coming into play? If it wasn't happening then, it was children, not just adults.
They would have been little gay boys and
No, but,
girls.
no, what the fuck? But why is it now acceptable that we can see those things? That is okay. That's just plus. They're children. They're not
It's social
adolescent.
progress.
That's progress. So again, then if we're allowed to do this to our own child or children, and it's a product, it's a money thing. What says that we can't again have children's strip clubs, or you understand the debauchery becomes worse, and it is going that way. You have to stop. We in the West have to clearly have a line in the sand and go, this is the ethical part, or this is what we
Well, I
want to
think the debate is
go
that's not
ethical.
necessarily
Do
that
it full
line.
on, man. Fuck it.
The
Let's go
line is
fuck it
somewhere
full on.
further up.
Well, then what, are we lying to ourselves that way then? Because again, we're saying about, I don't know, yeah, it was here, wasn't it? The islands, or Epstein's things hasn't come out. What we know, it's there, and we know it fucking works, and it's a money making machine. Well, why can't I get access to that? If you're going to say openly, let's let's have the world as it is, warts and all, debauchery. That.
What do you want?
No, I'm not want. I'm just saying,
Well, you said you wanted access to something.
yeah, but one thing is, I'm trying to take an analogy to one children going through, puberty blockers to a series of operations that are making them transgender. Yeah, and
Because it started out, we were talking about kids, and like
still kids,
Mike said, 95% of this new generation are horn dogs.
corn dogs.
Horn dogs.
Porn dogs.
Yeah, like just like feral, animalistic children that just want
I
to have
don't believe
sex.
no, not for the Generation Z's and
I
A's.
wouldn't. I wouldn't say feral. I just think that the
That's
whole
what
notion
it
of like
means.
that long term marriage and all that, traditional values. I think it's eroding. That's what I'm trying to say. There are some people that are still old school, but like I just think that with the amount of pornography and the easy access of all this debauchery and nasty stuff, I think a lot of the younger people, younger generation, their minds get warped into thinking it's only about sex. It's not about relationships anymore. But like I said, they are the exceptions.
It kind of always was. Like there was always a
Yeah.
large portion of people that was mostly focused on
Mhm.
sex, and the relationship was just the vehicle to the sex.
I mean, I'm sure we've all had different kinds of sex, but to me, the most gratification I've ever gotten is when it's over with and done, and you look at the person next to you and you truly love that person. You truly love that person, and you don't want to get up and leave. You don't want to, I got to go now. I got to make a phone call. Like, you want to stay. You want to stay with that person. You want to spend the night with that person. You don't want to leave. You want to wake
No,
up
man, I just
the
say
next
the balls
morning
are
and make them
refilling.
breakfast. That's the beauty of intimacy. That's the beauty of it. Jeff, you've had it. I've had it. Africans probably had it. Dolbez, I don't know. You're a young man. I don't know if you've had it yet, but that's the beauty of intimacy.
Oh my God. I think it's personally it's just the sex life that you have when you're young and you really like each other. My God, it's everywhere.
Oh
Okay.
my God, my ex-wife, dude, we would
Everywhere. It's like,
we would
man, you
have
know what? Like you said,
the.
it doesn't, you have to stop, bro. Your balls are refilling. Sorry. It's exactly what it is, man. It's awesome. Man, I'm
Yeah,
a
this is
dog
the
on
ball
heat, bro.
charging
I mean,
station.
yeah, man, the balls are refilling, man. Don't worry, it's a bit of time. It's
Dolbez,
coming.
yo, African, you go to a Tesla station to recharge.
The balls are filling up. Yeah, I mean, it depends. You know, like
Oh,
on
they
Africa,
hook
honey,
it up, they
make
pop
me
it
a hot
on,
dog.
they would charge them up, and you're ready to go again.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
man. You know what I mean. Like
Yeah.
when you're young, man, it's like, what's it? The,
Oh.
I remember one of my friends. Okay, were really dogs. He did this thing where he went as north as he could go and come
Mhm.
down every area, all of the south in 24 hours and see how many women he could sleep with.
Mhm.
And he got to about 19.
Oh,
Yeah. No,
Yeah, from like
yeah.
North England all the way down to almost London. I think he just got into London, 19. And that means like, come on, let's shag, quickly get in. I'm going
like the
drive
horse
next
story.
one. We're in the city and trying to each one like who's going to hit me up live, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
He did it all. Hey, it's
Jeff.
ridiculous because when he fell in love, it broke his
Yeah.
heart. And his crash was marrying a woman he shouldn't have married, and she took him for
Yeah.
Was she one of the
everything.
whores?
No. She, no, I mean, he met her later. She wasn't one of the whores, but he, met her. She's a beautiful woman. I mean, a really wealthy family. Again, he thought he was winning. Wealthy families know what they can swallow from you. He lost everything. Man. It's
You
really
know,
sad.
it's
It's really
it's
sad.
funny because Jeff, when you go like in Africa knows when you go overseas, like if you go to like the South American countries, those women are gorgeous.
The BBLs.
And they will throw themselves at anybody who's a handsome, it's not anybody, but like a handsome, well-spoken man, especially American guy. They will throw themselves at you because they're looking for a better life. So I'm not hating their game. They're just looking for a better life because over, some of those countries, their lives are terrible. They're terrible, you know. But I remember going to Dominican Republic. The last time I went, I remember how absolutely beautiful every single woman was. Just gorgeous, beautiful women, and it
Did
was
they
it was
have
it
big
was
booties?
well, there's all different shapes and sizes. All different shapes and sizes. Yeah. I like girls like mid-size. I don't like bigger girls, but I don't like skinny
The,
girls. I like girl more like, but yeah. I have really wholesome tastes. I love a girl with beautiful I love a girl with beautiful eyes. Beautiful eyes. I think eyes are everything. Beautiful eyes, beautiful hair, you know. But I mean, nothing crazy. I'm not like, yo, she's got to have this size booty. I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of guy.
Booty.
But beauty resonates from different places. But I like a woman who can, look beautiful and not try to. Just
What
have
place?
natural beauty. Just natural beauty. And there's a lot of people out there that have that. And a positive energy. I think energy.
Yeah,
It's a
that's important. Personality.
Yeah, yeah, that positive energy, man. Just someone who makes you smile.
Because that can override like
I'm in the
mediocrity. If your
20 years
appearance
now,
is
right?
mediocre or
Yeah,
not
you know
quite up
that.
to beauty
Yeah,
standards, a good personality can
that's
override
it.
that.
You know.
Mm.
And there's so many beautiful people. Check this out. There's so many beautiful people that have a horrible personality.
Hmm.
And they're the ones usually who end up by themselves later on. The people with the great personalities usually are the ones that are the keepers. That's someone that you want to be with every single day. Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, like when I was a Mormon, so, yeah. I mean, I haven't been kicked out, but I don't go to practice. But I do remember because my missus is a professional, and again, the Relief Society, as they put that, the separation of women and men, seeing the the top end, and then meeting their wives, it was just breeding machines in some way. Seriously, it really actually got bad. I thought, later on you realize how bad it is.
Yeah.
It's really sad actually, and then it happens a lot, and it has and always has with women for
Hmm.
whatever. So in this freedom that women get to do these things in the West, it's okay for them, but they again negating the beauty of being with a good family, finding the man. Not I mean, it's hard to say that because if so many people marry, have kids, it changes their relationship, and then their kids leave, and then their breakdown happens. I'm like,
Yeah.
because they don't know each other anyway. The whole thing, the whole force of it happens. And I saw that a lot with a lot of Mormon families, where you could see the wife
Sure.
actually really like stuck there and going, my husband's a dick and my my kids are idiots. I want to get out.
That's another thing, and I think that's another perpetuation of cheating, is that a woman will meet a man or a man will meet a woman, and then they'll have kids involved, and then they feel trapped in the situation, like they don't want to give up for the family, but then it ends up hurting the family because both of you can't grow, both of you can't move on. So it's a catch-22. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just a
Well,
poor attitude.
but I've had intellectual affairs, where you can love a woman that your woman couldn't give, and they don't understand that. And it's like, no, it's non-sexual at all, but this woman has something you don't
Does
have.
it get intellectual enough
Intellectual love.
where you want to sleep with her?
No, no, no,
No.
no, because that's an intellectual love. You don't want to.
Mhm.
You don't want to go there. The love
Yeah. Oh,
is,
I've had plenty of
yeah,
those of
oh,
all
yeah,
genders,
yeah.
just not
There
friends.
is other relationships, and that happens outside of my relationship. And I explain that, I bring it up with my missus, and she'd be like, ugh. I'm like, you know what I'm talking about, girl.
Sure.
I'm not cheating
Yeah.
on you. But you understand that because
Yeah,
you.
that to me that's not cheating. It has to
No, I know, I
move to
know.
the physical.
But yeah, but that's the problem with the youth again with love or sex. It's debauchery or it's something that we want to get the serotonins out, the easy. You know what I mean? And that is shown to be, that I think that's the worst. So we're not, they're not slowly building, loving one another anymore. Mm. The pool
I
too
didn't
big
know y'all
on
were such
social
hippies.
media.
And there's gotta, there just, I don't know. Like I just feel like some of us come from the old school where we have old school values, and I just, like I said, not to rehash on what I said earlier, but I just think the younger generation doesn't have those same values that we had. Sticking it out, making
Courting,
it work.
courting. You had to
Yeah.
court a woman. So you had to meet her parents first, and be all right. The father, beat me up.
Yeah.
We're not
I
really
don't want
going
to.
into hand jobs the first date, are we?
Yeah, I mean, not to say too much. I'm always brutally honest on panels. I mean, to a fault. But I had one of my kids. They were engaged, and they were having issues, and they ended up separating. But when I look at the situation, I think if it would have been me, I would have fought to keep it. I would have fought to work it out. But that's their decision. Their decision to say, listen, this is not working for us. We're going to go our separate ways. But when you put in 3, 4, 5 years with somebody, you should at least try to work it out. Give it a shot. Go to
I
counseling.
don't know. Sometimes you could tell pretty early that it's the wrong
No
person. It's not ever going to work out.
no abuse. Just kind of went
Are you
apart.
talking
Like
about when there's kids or just in
no
general?
kids, no kids involved.
Oh no,
But
just if it's not the right relationship, don't
yeah,
prolong it.
but I just feel like maybe if in an earlier age they would have took more steps to work it out. But the younger generation is like, you know what, this ain't working. I'm out. I'm out of here. And they're
I agree.
both happy. They're both happy with someone else. I'm just saying. All I'm trying to say is that it just seems like the younger generations, they don't really fight anymore to keep it together. They
Yeah,
just break away and go. That's my point.
break away and go.
That's it. Just break away
Sometimes you
and
have
go.
to.
Yes, I think if there's abuse involved, whether it's physical or mental, or any kind of like that strife. But if it's just because you're starting to kind of like feel like you're not feeling it anymore, that you can rekindle a relationship. So if you're both working constantly different shifts, you're not seeing each other much, you're getting into little ridiculous arguments. There's a way to fall back in love again. There is a way. I just
But
think
sometimes it's people realizing that they're just not compatible
compatible
anymore.
anymore.
It
Yeah,
Honey
doesn't mean
badger.
they hate each other, they're not going to be friends, but they're just not
yeah.
meant for a relationship.
See, I read your mind. I've read your mind. You battle forget. You're right. But at least give it a shot. Don't just cut and run. Just give it a
But at
shot.
some point, you just become
Yeah.
aware that it's time to
Yeah.
cut and run. Like it's pointless to keep it going if it's
Yeah.
not the right one.
No doubt. And this is a great generalization argument about relationships. We're not targeting anybody in particular. It's just that it's great to talk about relationships because I think everything in life, whether it's YouTube or going to the supermarket or going to the gas station, everyone you meet, everyone you talk to is a relationship. And it's a great case study for everyone that you encounter. Do you agree?
Oh man, today at when I went with a friend to go get some meats and stuff, for more of the drying. The behind me, okay, we were in a queue paying for our items we had bought, and some guy goes, "Oh, knocks, oh, what?" And he's like, "Oh, did you go to the exchange money?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? I didn't what?" And he's like, "Oh, no,
What's
it's
the
just
what?
behind you." No, he picked up a bunch of money in an exchange envelope right behind me, and he walks off. I'm sitting in the queue. The guy in front of me, or in front of my mate, comes out and goes, "Oh, did you find an envelope?" And I'm like, "Oh, you lost the money, did you?" And I said, "Oh," I looked over. I was like, "Ah, no, he's over there." And I said, "No, no, it's here." That was funny because if anyone behind us was there, I guess I should have gone, "Oh yeah, it's my money." But no, I'm not like that. I was like, No, it's not my money. I should have said, "Hey, anyone's money around," but we didn't want to because somebody would have been. They could go to CCTV and find out it was his money. You'd know. Uh, that was pretty interesting because it could have had a score.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm joking, man. You see what I mean? He couldn't believe how he lost it. He was like, "Wow, man, it was in my bag. How did that happen?" It's like, "Oh, so the money literally jumped out his bag."
Yeah. I have great stories about me finding money and people dropping wallets. But if I tell them, everyone thinks I'm lying, but they're actually true
Well, let's
stories.
hear one of them. Finding money stories. That's
Okay,
a good
sure, no
one.
problem. All right, so this is a true
Yeah,
story. So me and my mother are going. So me and my mother, we took an Amtrak train to Virginia to visit my uncle Charlie, her brother, and I just happened to be behind this guy, and he drops his wallet. I don't know how he dropped his wallet. his wallet dropped on the ground. I pick it up. The wallet was about this fat, and there was so much money in it. I paused for about 10 seconds and tapped him on the shoulder, go, here you go, sir, and handed him his wallet. It had to be more than $2,000 in his wallet.
Oh man, that's big.
I handed it back to him. I didn't even think about
How old
about
were you?
keeping it.
Man.
I was 15.
Oh, good on you. Yeah.
14, 15 years old. Because you know why? Do you know why I did that? Because God was watching me. And that's what I believe. I believe I put that money in my pocket, then something harmful would come back to me. That's just what I chose to believe in that moment. I said, this is what needs to be done. I gave it to him. I handed it back to him. He said, oh my God, this is what he told me. He goes, this is all I have. I'm moving. He was moving. And he
Would
goes,
you do
thank
the
you.
same thing today as an adult? Would you?
Yes,
You still would
100%. 100%. 100%. And he handed me a $20 bill. And I was like, oh, $20 bill.
That was a lot.
This is 35 years ago. And I was like, and then, you know, the old me was like, yo, give me 100, sucker. But no, $20 bill back then was like, wow, you know, but he looked at me and said, I'm moving. Thank you so much. That's, I guess, all the money he had. And it was on an Amtrak train. And it was the one and only time I ever took an Amtrak train. You know, so it was just a weird occurrence. But his wallet fell out of his pocket. I picked it up. I said, sir, tapped him on the shoulder. Here you go. I could have put that in my pocket and walked away. He would have no one would have ever known. But I didn't even think about it. And that's a true, honest to God story. Honest to God. And then working for the city, you know, you would get money, like, you know, there'd be sieges where there would be money, and you could put money in your pocket, never touch it.
Wait, as a cop, you could just grab money that y'all took from criminals and put it in your pocket?
If law enforcement can shake you down and money can go missing, it can go missing. It can.
That sounds.
It can go missing, and it does.
And a little bit corrupt.
It does quite often go missing.
Yeah, man. I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah,
like, it's not. They're supposed to have all these like processes to secure, just like with banks and armored trucks.
Jeff,
ways to secure evidence.
Okay, Jeff. This is before body cams. This is before car cams. This is way before that. We're talking about.
They've had security procedures for even longer than that. There's no.
We're talking about 1999, 2001, 2002. This is way before all that stuff. So, in other words, stuff did go missing, and a lot of times, a lot of the guys were hooked on either weed or something else, and then narcotics will go missing.
Yeah, but weed, you don't get hooked on weed, King.
Hooked, like they're smoking it every single day. So
I mean, you'd stink of it every single day, wouldn't you?
This stuff did happen. This stuff does happen. It did happen. Now with the implement of body cams,
story itself.
No, it's very difficult now because everything is so recorded. But back in the day, they could take.
There was no accountability at all. They could just go in and just take shit.
Okay, so basically back then, so Jeff, you have $12,000 on you. So you're going to put in there, I got you with $8,000. So it's still a viable seizure, but it's not the full amount. And that's what, now I'm saying that's what people did do. They did do that kind of stuff. Police are very corrupt. Be very careful.
Yeah, like if to believe you, yes. That's why I'm hesitating.
Yeah, they're very corrupt. So when you encounter any law enforcement, whether it's a sheriff's deputy, corrections, or whatever,
they might be corrupt.
No, be very vague. Don't answer questions. Don't admit to anything, and just be blasé. And then they don't have anything to build on suspicions on. Just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. That's it. I don't know. You know, but people police officers are trained to get you to start talking, to start
That's
spilling.
easy to do.
It is. It is very easy to do. But if you don't answer, then they have nothing to say.
They can
Because
come here and get some of that training.
that's it. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I have no reason not to talk to a cop.
Yeah. Well, you have to
So
be
if
careful
they ask
because
me questions, I would probably just answer them.
Yeah, but you're
I
not
would
going to
say
be put on.
I would say 50-50. I would say 50-50. Half are cool, half are not. So just be careful if you get
I
the
guess it
wrong
depends
one.
on what they look like, ultimately.
No, not at all. Not at all. They can look like you can be like this new age looking guy. You could be black, white, Chinese, Korean. It's their mentality. It's their God complex. See, a lot of cops have a God complex. They
That's no God is gonna settle for like being a cop, and that's
A
gonna
God
satisfy his
complex is
God complex.
basically, so the whole point of a God complex, Jeff, in law enforcement is someone that thinks that they're going to rule you. They're better than you. Everything they say is right. Everything you say is wrong. It's
I
a
don't know
God
those. I've
complex.
not met cops like that.
You're lucky because they're out there. They're out there. And it's
Are those the
horrifying.
ones stealing the money?
Stealing the money, beating people up.
They sound like
The
boogeyman cops from
it
TV
happens.
shows
It happens.
and people's social media
So
imaginations.
when recruiting gets really low with certain departments, they start taking officers on that are not qualified, whether it be weight restrictions, mental restrictions.
Well, how
So
often does that happen?
it depends, the fluctuation of departments. It's usually with larger departments. The biggest department I see right now is NYPD. They have officers that should never be cops, ever. Like
Yeah,
they
and
are
that's a big force
horrifying.
too. So even
Horrifying.
statistically,
Yeah. Fat, overweight, uneducated, barely graduated high
well, now
school, and
cops do
then
not have to be educated. The Supreme Court ruled that they can put an IQ limit on when hiring for
They have
cops.
to
You
be
cannot
somewhat
hire cops over
educated,
a
don't
certain
they?
IQ.
sure.
No, come
Well,
on, man. You gotta fucking write their
NYPD,
names.
NYPD, you have to have a bachelor's degree to be an officer in NYPD, and they are the dumbest people. So John Jay College in New York, what they do is they give free degrees to anyone going into police department. So in other words, they're pushing them through.
They just
If you
say,
have
"Here's just get in line. Here's your degree."
they're morons. You see these guys? They're
No,
just
do
scratching
they
their
hang
head
out
like,
here?
huh? The cops watching someone get stabbed on the subway, going, what do I do? You have a 300-pound woman. What is she going to do against three perps? Nothing. Come
Three
on,
hundred
man.
pounds. That's a lot against three perps.
Look at those. Jeff, look at some of the physical shape of some of these officers now. It's a joke. Now in Virginia Beach, where I'm at, they're very physically fit. I mean, super physically fit.
Of course.
They'll scrap with you. They'll scrap with you. But other departments, large departments like LAPD or NYPD or even like even New Orleans, Jeff, your neck of the woods, they're just some of the cops are just they should not wear that uniform. They just shouldn't be
But
on
that's
the
any
job.
profession. They're going to have some people that
Yeah.
are worse at it
I
than
know,
others. And there's going to
but
be
they're
like a floor below which they shouldn't even be
they
doing it at
don't.
all, but they are.
But they're doing a job who can take a life and save a life. They should be the
There's
exemplary
many doctors.
masters of the
You can say about
universe.
doctors,
Sir, sir,
ambulance
understand,
drivers, school
understand.
teachers.
That's it.
Do
But I think
best.
that,
You've been awfully quiet.
but I think the state of law enforcement is embarrassing. I think
Unseasonably
it's
quiet.
embarrassing. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Well, sometimes it's enjoyable to just let Mike talk.
Oh, are you one of those?
Sometimes, you know what I mean? I'm just relaxing, just listening, and unless I don't really have anything very big to add, and so it's easier to just throw in a little comment from time to time instead of interrupting his stream of consciousness.
Okay. Well, don't feel like you can't.
Well, no, go ahead,
No,
please,
of course.
Dolbez, take it because you have all the the enriched history in the world. So you take it, please.
Enriched history in the world.
Yeah.
You got to rip on it
Rich
because he's
history.
young, man. He's too much, man. Be
No.
young, bro. You're low to learn. What are you doing here tonight? I would say, why the fuck you not in a club somewhere?
Yeah.
You fucking, why aren't you there somewhere? Why don't you fucking,
Exactly.
Why does he have to be in a club?
I'm not. I mean, in my day, I was. I mean, I give him his discipline.
I
Yeah,
hated
yeah,
clubs.
no doubt, no doubt.
You've got to, there's interactions that people are losing out on you, not just us, old fogies.
You sound old. Yeah, I was about to say.
Well,
thanks, Brad. Yeah, I know.
I use my time not the most optimal, but still wisely. I wouldn't be here if I'm not gaining something from it. And
Right.
either way, I'm not a person for the bars. Well,
Dolbez, do you think you come off as kind of smug, like a smug person?
Oh yeah,
Interesting
I think I
choice
do
of
come off
adjective.
as a bit of an elitist from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
He
Depends on
makes
who I'm with,
no
though.
secret of it. He's
Yeah.
talked openly about it.
It depends on who I'm with. If it's just normal life, no, of course. But if it's something where there's actually a level of challenge, or especially here in this chat, I am at my
Right.
most. Actually, no. There's one point where I'm more elitist, and that is when talking to my communist friend. But we haven't talked in a while. But aside
So
from
we
that,
rank one above the communist?
No, one below. Because with
Oh.
him, I got to defend everything about my society, and no. But with you, it's more smugness, looking down at America. No, I'm kidding. But there is something.
Actually, you're not kidding, and you have not been trolled yet. And we really obey Jeff's rules. But dude, you are asking for a vicious troll. That's what you're asking for.
You are asking for a troll, Roman.
Yeah, you may get it one day, but you just come across.
But he's
as very
also
smug.
being honest, and
No, and I appreciate that, but you come across as an elitist, and it's not really welcoming. It's because, like I said, everybody is equal. Dolbez, I've done more in my life than probably you've ever thought about doing. And like I said, I am not judging you, but you shouldn't come on as a young man. You shouldn't come on a panel trying to emasculate people older and have done much more than you have in your life. But if that's what you choose
emasculated?
to do, no, he
My
tries to.
I've never felt that around him.
I don't think I am. Well, okay, Jeff, you're gay. Okay, let's put that. I'm kidding, but
yeah, but I could still be emasculated.
If you want to take it, Jeff, I'll take it. But the whole thing, Dolbez, is that you come across as smug, and that's probably why you don't panel jump. I haven't seen you in other places. But like I said, I enjoy talking. You're a very, very intelligent young man, and that there's no doubt about that. That there's no dispute with that whatsoever. But it's just you kind of get more and more smug, bro. I mean, I don't know. It's just my opinion and my opinion only. Like you're better than everybody, and it's kind of like tiring a little bit.
I mean, what you gonna do if that's how he
Nothing.
is?
It's my opinion. Just my opinion.
Yeah, first off, the reason I don't panel hop is because I don't really enjoy the panelverse. I'm more here because I consider Jeff a friend, and I like to talk to him from time to time. And so I'm here because I get enjoyment from it. And
so, do you think that people don't enjoy it, but do you think that people may not enjoy you? Could that be the thing?
Just as I have my liberty to be here, they have their liberty to listen to this. If they don't enjoy me, this is Jeff's stream.
Yeah, we've had plenty of guests.
Have me on?
I know.
Like that.
Then I'm on.
I have the guest I enjoy. So
yeah, and I'm just messing with you.
I think there are plenty of people around here that appreciate Dolbez.
Dolbez, me and you have ever an argument. I think you're a very intelligent young guy, like I said. So, but man, I'm being honest. You come across as like, look at me. I'm the best. I'm the best there is. Deal with it, kind of thing. You're very much like I would equate you to Baron Trump. You're like the new Baron Trump.
If I wore anything different, if I wore different clothes, would you change your opinion?
See, I can joke around nicely. No. I'm just messing with you. I'm messing with you. But you are very intimidated. You have to admit he is very Baron Trump like. He is. He's like 7 foot tall.
7 foot, bro. I'm short. I am like, I'm not even 6 feet. I'm a midget by Norwegian
Jeff,
standards.
I made him stand. Jeff, I made him stand up. Look, I made him stand up. What is behind that curtain? How many Japanese people you have tied up behind that curtain?
1, 2, 3, 4. They're very small though. I can fit in like 3 of them. They're even more midgety than me.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right, give me a second.
Was that your
Who's that?
Japanese midget?
She heard you talk about people tied up behind curtains. You got called.
No, but no, you do have a point, Mike. You do have a point. I'm not disputing that. I do agree too. But at the same time, you know, I suppose it's what do you call it? Not punk, but just a general term for when you are standing against your culture a bit. Because Norwegian culture is very much about, the humility and anti-individualism in a sense.
Right.
Well, okay, that's one major tendency in American culture, not American, in Norwegian culture, and I'm sort of a bit in opposition to that, but I do get where he's coming from because I am smug. I am a bit arrogant when it comes to talking to Americans, but that doesn't mean, it's.
Are you a Norwegian supremacist
No, well,
or chauvinist at least?
I am a chauvinist, yes, but Norway currently is not doing well. We have a lot of issues, but they are different issues from America. Like Europe in general have a lot of issues. America has a lot of issues too, but they're different. And so in certain areas, Europe is far superior civilizationally and culturally. But in the same sense, America is far superior. But whilst here, I advocate for the places where Europe is superior, and I comment on that. And I'm here to maybe get a sense of the American mind as well.
And you consider Norway one of those places?
The superior places?
Yeah.
Maybe the foundational structure of Norway, not current Norway.
Well, where did your individualism come from then if it's so against your culture?
Well, no, that's me being a bit... Is hyperbolic the correct term? I hope it is. I think it is.
Maybe if you were over exaggerating the matter.
Well, okay. The thing is that, as I said, Norway has 2 cultural characters that are in a forever conflict. Basically, kind of like maybe America, where we have the Yankee-Dixie divide, like 2 massive cultural spheres that always clash, or not. I don't know actually that much about the deep end of the American culture, but Norway has that, where you have you could actually say the Christian medieval spirit and the Norse Viking spirit, and that's sort of anti-individualism, but not collectivism, just sort of I suppose you could call it tall poppy syndrome, although it's nuanced like that, and is dominant on one side of the culture. But there's a lot of people who are completely against it. Like that is the political divide. It's a cultural divide between those pro-janteloven and anti-janteloven. I gravitate towards the anti side, but I still appreciate it. It's still part of my culture, even though it's not my character. But I do appreciate that dynamism, where you have this sort of, you have a tempering force on ambition and greed, and then you have a motivating adventurous force, the call to adventure. We are a seafaring, adventurous nation at heart, but we're also an agrarian, inlands people that are very down to earth, and that sort of dynamism, or constant fight, is the driving engine of the Norwegian cultural sphere, and thus also politics and economics and everything. Everything is downstream of that conflict. And I suppose me saying it's Christian versus Viking it's also wrong, because it was from before Christianity. And now, I'm just proving Mike's point, because now I am lecturing you puny Americans that our past is so, but
No, you seem like you're trying to think through your own origins, and you're not even sure.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't call it a lecture.
But either way, this goes back way before, because in Scandinavia at large, because this dynamism you have in Sweden and Denmark too. Like, this is something uniquely Scandinavian. All the three countries have it, but to a different extents. Like, Denmark and Norway lean more towards the pro-janteloven side, whilst Sweden is more on the anti-janteloven side, which is why Sweden is more entrepreneurial, and Sweden traditionally is more industrious, adventurous, more jovial, you could say. Whilst Denmark has a bit more, and Norway is the most pro-janteloven of us all. Naturally, because we were conquered, so we have that little slave morality. But no, this divide goes back very far, like pre-Bronze Age. Actually, this is a continuation of. I have a point to this, because the very first people that moved into Scandinavia were hunter-gatherers. Obviously, they weren't hunter-gatherers; they were, fishers and gatherers, and so they stayed by the coast, had their own people by the coast, fishing, boating, traveling the seas. Yeah, being this adventurous people who braved the open seas. And then a few thousand years later, you have the invention of agriculture in the Middle East, and the Neolithic peoples from there, they spread up across Europe, and those people, they came into Scandinavia, settled in the inland areas, and sort of became this inland agrarian, very stable, very equal, very monolithic.
How did they become so warlike? How do fishermen turn into Vikings?
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
But remember, they're also hunters. Like, this is a primitive people who live off of hunting and fishing. Like, this is pre-Bronze Age. So, like, 5,000 years before Christ is when the Neolithic farmers arrived, and like 2,000 to 3,000 years before that, the hunter-gatherers arrived. So this is all past. And like, in my genes, probably roughly like 20%, 15% is from that hunter-gatherer group, and like 20% is from the Neolithic farmers. But then the Indo-Europeans arrive. Now, Indo-Europeans, they did not conquer and subsume the hunter-gatherers. They conquered the interior and sort of became this next inland people, very warlike. And those two people, the inlands and the coastal people, they remain culturally and genetically separate for like 1,000 years. But I don't need to look at the screen because I can't think.
No, you need a pump, man. If your genes are in there, start eating fucking meat, whale meat, whatever meat. Get up them hills, down them hills. Drink some fucking iron every day. Get up, man. You don't do enough of it.
I suck at strength training. I am a man inside here.
You need both. You can't have just one. You have to have the encapsulation.
I know.
Don't stop with the other. You have to try. The discipline is there. It starts small. You'll love it. You're young enough. You have a lot. It's in there. You just got to spark it up again. Takes about, I'd say proper about 9 weeks if you do it slowly, gradually, especially gradually. The gradients have to start small. So you do 10 push-ups a day, and you do it maybe every 6 hours, and then you just double it and see how far you can go on that in one day, and then run, walk, banging out those things. Best way to do it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'll just skip right back to the story because I'm having fun.
I bet you.
By the way, yes, I very much am.
This is drill right, and your Viking heritage.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is the heritage of every Germanic people as well, because a lot of, I think there was a new study, a new genetic anthropological study with like 60 researchers a few months ago that sort of managed to trace a lot of the Germanic peoples back to these early developments in Uppsala, which is the east of Sweden. Now, the Germanics developed independently separately, but like the Proto-Germanics might have come from this region. Now, I am skipping forward. So, like, you have this coexistence between the Neolithic farmers or the Indo-Europeans in the interior peoples and the coastal peoples. But during the Bronze Age, the Mycenaeans and the Middle Easterners, they really loved amber. Amber was a huge luxury item, and where do you find it? In the Baltics. But where, how are you going to trade it? Well, there's a very experienced seafaring people right on the Baltic Sea, and so they did. That they were main traders down the Amber Road through the rivers of Europe.
So they
In
got corrupted.
Greece. Well, you could say so, but like what you find is that all across these communities, these sort of continuations of the earlier hunter-gatherer communities on the coastal areas of Scandinavia, they had heavy trade with Mycenaean Greece, and not just normal trade, but like heavy cultural interaction. Like you will find literally Mycenaean furniture, arms, metalworking techniques, like even social structure and ideology have been sort of adopted into these coastal areas of Scandinavia. And so that's probably where you get a really warlike Toscan from this cultural interaction and cultural assimilation from the Mycenaeans. And in the next centuries after Bronze Age collapses, those inland people, they conquer, not inland, the coastal people conquer the interior, and they do their thing. Centuries go on. The people of Uppsala and those areas, they spread across Europe, especially as the Celts, they grow out of like Central Europe, and they cut these trade roads south, and so there's a huge Malthusian pressure on Scandinavia, and so all of these coastal people, they just flee out. They go out in waves and conquer much across, like down into Germany, and now you have sort of the beginnings of proper Germanic peoples, of those settled in Germany, and this is very unrelated, actually, to what I began talking about, because I've diverged a lot. So I think I'll quit there.
You were talking about how Norway was superior to the U.S. or everyone else, and all the ways.
Well, that is a bit of a joke. We do simultaneously being a very humble people. Norwegians also rank, I think, highest in Western and Northern Europe in terms of chauvinism. Like, aside from the Balkans and the Russians, there's really no people in Europe that think higher of themselves than Norwegians. Like, we have a superiority complex, which in some regard,
that might be what people keep reacting to and commenting on.
Yeah, well, I mean, we do have a very high GDP per capita, very good living standards, but we also have a massive inefficiency problem. Like we are super inefficient.
What is it? Do you know Sassel? Is it Sassel? Is that right? Something? Is it Sassel? No, it's not Sassel. One of the companies in Norway, oil company, right?
Oh, Equinor.
Well, anyway.
Or yeah.
In Stavanger. You know where that is? Stavanger.
Stavanger? Yeah. Stavanger. I can't do that dialect. I'm sorry. There's like a sound there I can't make. So, but yeah, Stavanger. I haven't been there. No, I haven't been there.
I mean, you guys have very good engineers. One thing. So, I mean, where it goes, because elitism is in the blood because of the number you have. I watched a film recently called The Wild Men. Fantastic. It was about a Dane that lost his marbles almost because he had a sort of breakdown and then wanted to become a Viking. So he snuck all the way into Norway and started hunting. And things went wrong when he helped a drug dealer, thinking, oh, I'm doing the right thing. And it spirals. It's fantastic. The land mass is there because it is very difficult land. Norway, oh my God, the fjords and the way the land is.
Just
It's
the
fucking
winters,
vast.
man. Just the winters. Like,
Even the summers, man. Sorry.
yeah. But like this. Well, actually, I think the summers are pretty nice, but maybe that's because I'm Norwegian. But like, I tend to think of it like Scandinavians are cursed with hellish winters, but in the return, they basically get the perfect summers. Anything above like 27 degrees, I find is too hot, and so I like the 24, 25-degree summers, and that's like paradise to me. But to get there, I have to go through like an 8-month long winter, which is hellish. But like, it was extra horrible, I think 23, because Oslo had recently, due to climate policies, switched out all its buses with electric buses.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that functions perfectly well in the summer and in most winters. But what happens when you get that one winter every 10 years that's like -30,
They
and
don't have no
then
buses to ride.
yeah, they all stopped. The train tracks froze over. I think actually 500,000 people were stuck in Oslo for like a whole day, including my dad.
Wow.
So like
Wow.
Oslo's population is 700,000 who live there, and then there's like 500,000 who travel there every day to work, and like all of those were just trapped, that shouldn't happen. That like
Yeah, but again, like you say, these are things that nature bring to us, and we have to ascertain that. So we always need a backup plan. Why it's not good to forget how to read a map before your GPS, right? You
yes,
have to know
exactly.
those things.
Well,
Our
we are
compass
taught
works.
reading maps in school.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
part
of
of
course,
our
because of the
PE.
land. Yeah, damn right. They should teach swimming as well. Hopefully.
Yes,
I
yes,
thought
of course.
they.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, we had to take
swimming is
swimming
something
in
everyone
private.
just
You
learns.
don't know. See,
It wasn't through the school.
Yeah,
I,
no, it's
I get it.
Norwegians love vacations. Even a working class Norwegian is like have the money to go to vacation and swim. We are just attracted to the seas. Like every Norwegian I know, we have like when we ask like where are you going on vacation, we don't say Greece or Spain. It's either oh, I bleed in Norden. I'm staying in the north, or I go to jeg drar til Syden, which means I'm just going south to the seas, to the ocean, to the beautiful Mediterranean Ocean mostly. And I learned to swim in the Mediterranean. I didn't learn to swim in our fjords or up here or in our lakes. I learned to swim in the Mediterranean, and I'm sure that like 70% of Norwegians did the same. They learned to swim in the Mediterranean. And most but we also have swimming classes through school, but the people who can't swim are mostly immigrants, to be fair, which
Well, how are they
it's
getting
a bit,
here?
oh well, boats that can sink, and they do sink. And I remember seeing when I was like 10. They used to blast propaganda into us, in schools. They would show films of how tragic these immigrants, the boats are sinking and these border
What?
crossing are bleeding and everything. Which, sure, it is tragic. I do still think that, but I have other priorities now. But I remember very specifically this two scenes. There was a truck that had been, it was just normal cargo delivery from, I don't know, some country south in Europe to Norway. But when it got to the border crossing, they found like 10 immigrants stuck underneath, like holding on to and hiding in the tire beds and whatever, like not in the cargo, but underneath the truck in like hanging on the exposed pipes and stuff. And another scene was a personal vehicle where someone had smuggled probably their family member or something who was sewn into the seat. Like they had opened the car seat, they had been placed in, and then sewn it shut.
Hang on, that
Just
was
to get to
down
your
south
weapon.
in like Mexico border stuff. I used to
Sure,
see
but
weird stuff. What was that?
it happens all over,
I
I think.
remember seeing that.
There's so many immigrants coming in. I mean, with the Schengen area, that's a really easy way to.
Or Schengen, yeah, but Schengen, that's the problem with the EU. That it's sort of like you Nordic, again, the Scandinavians don't want that, but they want some money from it, and the aspect of NATO. Again, we say the power that is there. But the South, what is it? The Spanish, the Greeks, I guess the Portuguese work well on it. Oh man, difficult, man. Is the EU going to make it? You reckon?
I hope the EU can reform and actually be good, and then I hope it survives. But if it's gonna stay like it is, then I hope it dies. Because I want there to be something like the EU that's actually good. But what it is right now is a bureaucratic engine which does not have the best interests of Europeans. But some like unless we get the next like industrial revolution, the next revolution that allows us to go, have 1 to 50 odds, which we did during the industrial revolution. 1,000 Brits can take on 50,000 Indians. Unless we get something like that again, then we need the numbers to be able to compete internationally. And so something like the EU seems very prudent, but not the EU as it is now, because now it's just a people call it a leech, and to some extent, yes, it is leeching away funds, but those are minor compared to how it prevents further growth. That's the main issue. It isn't that it's taxes a bit extra and redistribute it across Europe. That's still an annoyance when German taxpayers have to bail out the Greeks, but that's I would say, worthwhile cost to have a stable Europe. What is not worthwhile is EU directives, which are purely ideological, that hamper growth and ruins our potential. And so, I don't know how you would do it, but
To me, it's Bundler Oskin or whatever her name is that runs the show at the moment, right? Yeah, there we go. And then, of course, you've got this issue that they've put a precedent against Russia. Yeah, Russia. Then again, all this other hyperbole that's going on. America's coming out of this at the moment because it's like, nah, we're not doing this anymore. Screw you guys. Get over yourselves. And they're going forward. Yeah. So,
I am of the opinion that it's beneficial for Europe
I know
beat out
exactly
the
your
Russians as
opinion.
much as possible.
I know this. I know this for a while.
Yeah.
You jumped out.
Hey, Goblin, what up?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I like the weather better today.
Oh,
it was fantastic here.
I've been tapping in with the conversation. You guys have actually been making some great points.
Okay. Anyway, going on to topics. I know this for me. You're right with the EU, the EEC or something. It's not going to change anymore. I think
Thanks,
they're too dug into this. It does worry me again with the superpower that be. It probably is going all one way. Most people won't see. No, I mean the US is going to do something, but I think in its totalitarian. I mean, you guys are actually trying to stop Iran getting a nuke now, right? So you're trying to tell me,
thought we've always been kind of doing
please
that.
don't have a nuke. No, I mean, but Biden stopped that. Biden was the one that funded a lot of weird stuff, and Doge is going through this again. The way that this is working is quite smart or very foolish. I don't know which one which. because I guess it's actually putting a precedent to the world that the AI machine can take away what bureaucrats can never, especially with their other sort of executives. Is it the executive? Well, no. The anyway, this nightmare we're going into, I think, with Europe and Russia, somewhere it's going to break, right? Has to.
I don't know. Dobez is the only other European. Goblin, what'd you think?
Actually, I would just like to throw this out there. Some actually think that that situation is Gog of Magog, but I personally think that that involves Turkey. So I'm not really sure. I just know that ultimately they're actually eliminating their own people.
And for years, I always thought like Gog and Magog. What the hell are those powers? And they shifted my mind. Really shifted my mind. One's got to be Israel, right? One has to
What are
be
you
what
saying? Gog and the Gog?
Gog and
Gog and
Magog.
Magog.
They're two kings that lived
It's
different
from the
ages.
Bible, right?
Yeah, they're two kings that lived at very different ages, but they were very powerful kings of very, very big land.
Yep.
Gog and Magog.
And Russia actually fits
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Exactly. So one has to be Russia, where the prophecy says the Antichrist comes from, the last. That's funny.
It's just really strange because the way it's described is basically like putting hooks in the cheeks of a caterpillar and pulling it apart, and that's kind of like what we're seeing because ultimately
Whoa,
Ukraine is
y'all are
part of
seeing
Russia.
some trippy shit.
What do you say? How do you,
Well,
Jeff?
What's this caterpillar?
it's kind of like a parable or a metaphor, but it's
Like
basically
something Jesus
referring,
would say?
yeah.
The
And
caterpillar getting its jaws ripped apart by.
and Ukraine is part of Russia
Yeah. So
originally.
some caterpillars, their mandibles do that. Like some worms do the way the stomach works to the mouth. We're mammals. We chew. They
Right.
digest different. It's really kind of. That's why it's so beautiful, isn't it? Everything has a purpose.
Or finds a purpose.
That is a valid point.
I mean, I kind of already I broke down the four horsemen. They're actually on certain coats of arms from four certain lands in the world, and you can actually look for them. And it's the UK's coat of arms, the US's coat of arms, Russia's coat of arms, and Uruguay's coat of arms. On their coat of arms, that has all the specific horses of the four horsemen.
So,
What do you
so
think that means?
well, hang on. What I'm going to ask him is, I think it means that he knows the power of Grayskull. Got to make the sword together. I hear you, buddy.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't claim to know all the answers. It's just that these are things that I've come to realization throughout my research because I do like hella research. I'm kind of like
Yeah,
a
I want to
nerd.
know. Yeah, I love it.
Through the internet?
I love it. Nah, you got to read books to know these things.
Yep. I do a lot of research on the internet too, but it's so Google owns all the information online. That's the thing. So it's very limited. So what Plastic African said is actually that's the closest to the truth. Is you're gonna have to read those ancient books. And what's really strange is like books from like the 1400s are so rare.
Oh yeah, dude, my mother. Okay, holy shit. When I was in the military, guys, I had lots of money, and I was stationed in London. I was Queen's Guard for a bit. So while I was there, I used to go to those old bookstores in London. Just travel around and walk around all day. And I'd go in and I'd buy, I'd haggle. Some of the books I bought were like £700, £80, 90 back then, bro, 20 years ago. And I kept them in a box, very well kept. Everything was ace, to say the least. And my mum threw him out. I went mental, man. I went fucking mental. God knows, hopefully nobody burnt them, basically. They took him to the tip.
Well, the victors rewrite history.
No, I got to read some of it. I mean, the main thing is I've read, again, Freud's work, Jung. I have a few. I still have old books. Yeah, but this to me was my prize. It was it's expensive, and because I couldn't keep it in camp, in the barracks, that if people got a hold of that, they'd be like, "What the hell is this?" And then pissed on it or something. Oh, stupid soldiers.
Jeff, that car went by again.
Pizza
Pizza
Hut.
That's it.
That was so funny.
He just drove here. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to interrupt. There's a pizza. There's a Pizza Hut delivery guy who has a crappy old Mustang. You can hear it from like 6 blocks away. I showed it to Jeff. He thought I was kidding. It's
No,
it
like
sounds like
every 2 minutes it was delivered a
a.
pizza
Oh, he just
somewhere nearby.
He just drove by.
We saw it like 5 or 6 times.
Holy
Jeff,
crap!
What's up?
if I put a horn on top of a horse, does that make it a unicorn?
Probably not. It depends on who you ask, I guess. And in what
Did you
context.
Did you see that they cloned the wolf that was
I
extinct?
saw the dire wolf. They brought it back.
So Dolbez, would you ride that wolf with your sweet transparent shirt on through the Norwegian desert? Would you do that?
Norwegian desert. How would he do it? You can't just have that.
Transparent
know.
shirt.
That's ridiculous, bro. Would he do it?
It would be cool, but it's not. It wasn't a cloning though. They just, I believe they managed to find like 20 genes from direwolf remains, and they managed to splice those into normal gray wolf
They
DNA.
Did this with dinosaurs.
They took DNA. They took DNA from a tooth and a skull. This is like some. This is like
So
some
it's
Jeff
like
stuff.
partial dire wolf that's now in the real wolf, like the
Well, they
present
took
day wolf.
traits that they believe are most responsible for the sort of direwolf like appearance and behavior and everything. Like which traits make a normal wolf a direwolf, and they manage to splice those back into normal wolves. So it's not as if
From actual dire wolves.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, for DNA. So what do you think? What do you gentlemen think? Who is the most vicious animal to ever be created? The most vicious animal to ever be created?
Created?
Humans.
Yeah.
Humans.
Yes.
Humans are pretty vicious.
Yes.
And there's some insects, maybe the porpoise.
I mean,
I would say
probably some single-celled creature that like has acid in its interior and just gobbles you up, and lets other bacteria just fizzle away. That's probably pretty brutal, but
I think we are the most vicious thing God ever created. I think human beings are vicious. We're vindictive. We're evil.
I think chimps are worse.
Angry. We're loving. We're all these different things. We're basically a walking conundrum. Like human beings don't make sense. How are human beings so capable of the most beautiful creations, and the most evil things in the world? How is that possible?
Why does that perplex you that we can do?
Because we're supposed to be one or the other. Either we're evil or we're good. How can we both in the
have
same?
some weird idea that you got.
If
from somewhere
beauty
about
is
that.
in the eyes of the beholder, why would evil not be as well?
It's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. But I think society gives humans too much credit to where they try to disassociate us from animals. But I think humans are the real animals. I think
No,
we're
we
the
definitely
true
are. I'm
animals.
constantly having to remind people
Yeah.
of what
And I think
animals
that's
they
the
are.
purpose of civilization, though. The purpose of civilization is to domesticate humans. Like that's what it's done. Funnily enough, if you look at ancient human
developed.
remains, and if you look at current humans, and then you look at like dogs before domestication and after, say with cattle and everything, there's a
Dire
few
dogs.
common traits with domestication, like neoteny, that we humans also share. So like we were, to some extent, like literally genetically domesticated by civilization, which, flatter faces, more youthful appearance, which is neoteny, and more, and so, but it's also a cultural project, so I think civilization is fundamentally to be able to domesticate and put some order into the human chaos, you could say, because we
And to
are
develop, to transcend
yes,
its
yes,
current
of course, like we
created
are a
limits.
very paradoxical, chaotic creature, but with civilization, you have some structure above you which can order you, which you can give you direction, which can coordinate large masses of humans to transcend what any individual would be capable of. Well, okay, not any individual. Like, we are social creatures, but before civilization, there is a cap to how big a group can be, and that's mostly psychological, because without civilization, most relations need to be personal, and your brain can only handle
The
a certain
Dunbar
number
number.
of you can only handle a certain number of personal relations, and if you want to go above that, you need civilization, which is, funny enough, an argument against anarchism. Anarchism is not possible at scale, because if you have nothing to order you, if you have nothing to coordinate, there is a limit to how coordinated you can be, and
Well, well, let me ask you this, and Dolbez, I'd love to ask you this question. So you said you're an atheist, right? You're an atheist. You're not sure what you believe in. You're an atheist. You're basically in the middle, right? You're not saying either here or there, right? You're in the middle.
Atheist means no God.
Okay.
yeah.
They're taking a very definite
Well,
position.
I'm
Hmm.
atheistic towards all traditional belief systems. I don't oppose the idea of something metaphysical or ontologically different, but like, I don't think Christianity has an existence as something other than a very good and fitting myth that perfectly maps onto cognition, whatever. Same with Buddhism and Hinduism. I don't think they should have a sort of ontologically different reality, if that makes sense. But I'm not a classic Reddit atheist that, like, Christianity is so bad, But I do
You believe
appreciate
in the
that.
law of relativism?
What is that?
Like the law of relativism, everything is like there. Everything has relevance. Do you follow that or no?
I don't know. I don't know if some things are truly random or not, because that's, the following of that. If some things have no relevance at all, like if it's, I don't know if there is, if you can say that the universe has an instinct to order or something. I don't know. I am unsure about that.
Entropy.
So yeah,
So Dolbez, Dolbez, you agree that you're a human being, right? You're a human being, right? That's what you classify
yeah,
yourself
that's
as, a human being. Okay. I'm asking. And do
yeah, yeah.
you think that there is a creator that made us? Do you think that maybe we are nothing more than a social experiment? That God is just watching us develop, very much like an insect in an ant farm.
Or a YouTube audience.
He's watching us develop and laugh. That's what it is. Because I believe there is a God. I believe there is a master creator. Where he came from, we will never know. But I think that even if you believe in creation, if you believe in your own existence, if you're not an actual a matrix, that something created you, something made you who you are, you know. But the thing is that I almost think like it is literally a test. I think human beings are a test
It
to the.
just takes a sperm and an egg to make one of us what we
Well,
are.
Jeff, that's not what he's talking about. He's talking about, like, probably the creation of life in the universe. Like, do you think it's possible for the universe to have existed without the creator? Is that sort of your argument, that because we exist, like
Yes.
nothing can exist without the creator, and so since we exist, there must be a creator? Is
No,
that
no,
your argument?
no. Well, we are the. Sorry, we are
And
the.
Dolbez, you're very passionate about that because I can see you take a lot of stock into thinking about what could be, what could not be. You know, did two rocks hit each other and create the Big Bang Theory? But where did the rocks come from? Where did the rocks come? I'm saying when you roll it
Chicken and
back.
The
the egg.
humans
Chicken and
created the
the egg.
theory. The rocks might have created the event that we call
Well,
the Big Bang.
the Big Bang is a miracle. Like that, the sort of the project of science has been to reduce the number of required miracles to as little as possible. Like,
Yeah.
in Christianity, you have God and he does some miracles, he creates whatever. It's like his existence, a miracle, more and more. Like,
I
but
got to align with Mike on this one
Let's
because
just
even if you
on the
take
same
religion
page.
and throw it out the window, when you deny a creator, you deny your own existence, whatever you want to call it. I stand with Mike on it.
Well, I do
If you
believe.
could, if
Hang
you
on.
could have seen, if you could have seen the love when we did the food bank today, if you could have seen the love in people,
You did a food bank, like
yeah, we did.
volunteered.
We did the food. Yes, yeah, I volunteer. I volunteer at my church.
Wow.
If you would have seen the love, we fed over 100 families. Over 100. If you would have seen the love in people's eyes, I can't even put it into words. Like I'm not trying to get emotional, but like people are hurting. And to see the Catholic Church step in, no matter what you say about the Catholic Church, good or bad, the Catholic Church is the best,
The congregation, yes.
the leading contributor to people that are downtrodden in the world, in the world. And us Catholics will have your back no matter what. Jeff, you're a Satanist. I'm a Catholic. We're supposed to be enemies. Jeff, I'll have your back
When did you
anytime.
start going back to church? Because you weren't a Catholic when we first met.
Well, the whole thing was I went to confession and I had some discrepancies on it, and then I talked to my father as in the priest, and then we had a good conversation. He said, "Look, it's not always easily explained. It's not always this simple." And I kind of reinvigorated myself in the church again, and now I'm more back into the church, and now I'm given more of my time. But the thing is that people will come in that are downtrodden. They're down on their luck. The Catholic Church is the biggest contributor to people in need than any other
A
religion
lot
in
of
the
our
world.
hospitals too. Our
Yes,
healthcare system.
yes, and Catholics, like a Catholic like myself. So yes, I am back to being a Catholic. Now I was never not a Catholic.
Mhm.
I was debating. I was debating confession.
Oh, well,
Okay,
you
so
must have expressed it differently on streams.
Okay. What I was debating was confession. I don't believe that you can just say, I'm sorry, and everything's washed away.
Hmm.
And then the father said to me, it's not your decision to judge. You have to leave it to God to judge. So you have to let go and let Him decide on what is right and wrong. So, in other words, I kind of got in my fifis and I got humanized, and I was like, well,
oh,
that's not
okay,
right. No,
Mike,
no, no, because
Mike. Hang on, Mike. When they talk about like Christianity, when you say you think you are from the true stick of Jesse, right? Where it comes from Paul, right? Who wrote it. That's why you Catholics so neglected that.
So
What was
it's,
that from? What's it? Who was it? Come on, Constantine, correct? So it
I
must
started
be,
watching that movie. It's really
but
good.
it must be that the Orthodoxy started first, the Greek churches,
you're
rather than
right.
rather
You're
than what
right.
you call. Okay, that's again. Don't get me wrong. That was a powerhouse. That's why it shifted. It's all about power. Christ knew this. The Christ has always known. Of course, he did. His churches, when two come together, I'm in your presence. Believe me. And so it's always been again fundamentally about everyone and yourself. Christianity is about you carrying down on a cross and being responsible for your fucking duties and your love for the world. If you're going to be evil, be evil.
People always talk about warriors, right? I'm going to tell you this, gentlemen.
Not really.
I'm going to tell you this. Roman Catholics in general, or the Knights Templar, were the most vicious warriors to ever walk the earth. The most vicious K-worders to ever walk the earth. But they also had to realize about religion. So in other words, you are a walking conundrum. Like you don't make sense. Like you're a warrior and you're taking lives, but you're doing it in God's name. But you're not God. So to be a Catholic who fights for other people is confusing. It's a confusing thing.
No, it's the Christ was not weak. It's not a formidable part of the world was always about. Remember, the Romans were killing Christians left, right, and center, weren't they?
Mhm.
So it became like obscene to them. Did it
Yeah.
not? So they were like, "Hey, fuck! This is terrible. We can't do this."
Mhm.
Here we go.
And people want to knock Christianity and things like that. And I didn't believe possibly that you can just say you're sorry and abolish all your sins. I didn't. I had a objection on that, and that's natural, and that's okay to second guess. Maybe this is not right. Maybe it is right. I never gave up my faith. I never said I wasn't a believer in Christ. I
Well, a lot of the
never said
debates
that.
was you were not even considering them Christian, and I kept having to explain how
No, Jeff.
Catholic. Oh
I'm a
yeah.
Christian till I die. I didn't believe in confession.
Well,
That you
you'll have
can
to
just
go
say
back
I'm
and watch the
sorry.
streams.
Please do. That you can say I'm sorry and it abolishes 6 murders. I didn't believe that is to be true. But what Father said was that he said, "Listen, it's not your place to judge.
It's the
So
new
don't even."
covenant. It's the new covenant.
Did he give you
Yeah.
penances?
Well, I haven't sinned. I haven't
Amen,
sinned at
Douglas.
all.
You know,
I
no,
haven't.
the new
Yeah,
I
covenant.
thought
Well,
you had like a balance on
No,
the
no, I
book.
haven't sinned. I haven't taken lives or anything like that. No, I haven't done any of that in very many years. No, no, but no, I haven't. I had questions. And you know,
do you know what
they,
was difficult, Man King, is saying this? I never
yeah,
murdered somebody. You know that? I've killed men.
Is that what you
yeah,
Well, I tell myself, don't I, really?
told him in the booth? I
It's
haven't
difficult,
killed
man.
anyone.
It's
it's
difficult
tough.
when you see their
I
faces.
just have some questions.
It's tough. It's
I don't have
tough.
any sin. I just need to know some things.
I haven't sinned in many, many years. My life is vanilla. It's so easy. It's so chill. But like, I just didn't understand how you can just say I'm sorry and it's absolved. That was my question. And then he explained to me that it's not your place to question God's will. That's not your place to do that. And I believe that. I believe that.
Hang on,
So
don't hang on. Don't the Calvinists believe we're born both damned and undamned? Correct?
Yeah, predestination.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
correct. Yeah, predestination. You said
That's written as
predetermination
well,
or
though. That's
predestination.
also in scripture,
No, no,
bro.
no. But again, that means we don't have free will, and I
Do
believe
you
we do.
think do you think that if we're made in God's image and God is a jealous God and God is flawed, he said he's
The
flawed.
jealous God is gone.
He's a
The Christ
jealous
came.
God. So does that make us flawed and jealous? So are we just basically vicariously living through him?
Oh yeah,
I mean, if that
maybe.
is the
Or were we
case.
created to fill out what his flaws? Maybe his flaws is what humanity fills up, and
Mm.
maybe together, the flaws are equaled out, removed. Who knows?
Somebody told me one time, not law, not laws. I'm sorry, Dolbez. I am sorry to say not laws. I'm sorry. I apologize. Dolbez. Somebody told me, don't ever trust the man who doesn't curse. Don't ever trust the man who won't admit sin. Because we all sin, we all curse, we all do these crappy things. So when somebody agrees with you that has sinned,
Wait,
then you can.
You said sinning was killing people, and you didn't have any sin because you don't do. And now you're saying all this little stuff is sin, and we all do it.
Okay. I haven't sinned in many years, Jeff, is what I said. I have sinned in my past. I have. I have sinned in my past,
Mostly
but
not
I
pure.
haven't
But if
sinned in many
cursing
years.
and the rest of that is
Wow.
sinning, then you do sin
Well, I
every
mean,
day.
there's
Like
there's
the category of sin keeps changing.
yeah,
How you're defining it.
sinning as in taking a life or taking someone's liberties or something like that.
So you didn't
Cursing,
sin; you just sinned.
okay. Well, Jeff, you can try to corner me if you want to. You sin all the time, Jeff. You're a
Yeah,
sinner.
but I've never made the claim that I don't. It's not
No,
about cornering you.
I haven't. All
I'm
right, Jeff. I
addressing
haven't done
obvious contradictions to what you're
That's
saying.
okay. I haven't done a major sin in many years. Many
Okay.
years.
There's a
Many
minor sin
years.
and a major sin. I love that. I've never heard of
It
that
was
one.
Yeah.
they had what is it? The
That is
venal
it.
and the mortal or
Hang on,
something.
Jeff, hang on. So, King, judge yeast ye shall be judged.
Yeah.
Doesn't it say those things? And you cannot go to
You know,
others and
it's.
you can warn them of what they
Mhm.
do and what they partake in, but you should never say to them that I, over you, have seen your sin. You don't know their sin. When
Yeah.
people sin to God, to where it comes to, okay, it's going to be again. You're thinking like a linear judgment of hell. That's where it is. First should be the last, last should be the first, because we do not want to understand our mortality in this world. And I do believe that every soul that's ever been is important to God completely. Like
Jeff,
I'm a sunbeam here, brother. Jesus don't want me for a sunbeam, right?
Jeff, you want to know when I look at you? You know what I see when I look at you, Jeff? Let me tell you.
Yeah, don't hold back.
Okay, I look at a true Christian with a dark heart, but I think that you are more Christian than Satanist. I think you have a great heart, which is a Christian, but I think you like the dark arts,
Oh, gee,
which
that doesn't
it's.
make me feel very good.
But I think that you are more good than evil, Jeff. That's my opinion. I think you're more good than evil.
I'm just a really bad I'm really bad at Satanism.
No, you're not.
Really
I
bad.
think that
I'm trying to
I
get
think
better
you
at it.
like.
No,
I
that's it. Jeff is a
Jeff.
really bad Satanist.
He
Jeff.
is.
Whatever.
You're so
Hey,
Where's
satanic.
the
You're coming
rituals?
off like a
Where's the
Christian.
baby killing?
yeah,
Like, where are they?
You know, Jeff. I think
What kind of
I try
you
to
horror?
like.
kill egos.
Jeff, I think you like the dark side of Christianity, the dark side, because Christians are evil. You like the dark side of
I don't think
Christianity,
Christians are evil at all.
but at the
Those two
same
are
token,
I think
a whole
there are
lot
some of the
closer.
humans that are trying really hard not to
yeah,
be evil.
yeah, but I think you're a good person. You're a good and fair person.
hang on, and guys, understanding this, that all the churches are broken. They're all corrupted right now. There is always a deep corruption. That's why it
Gotta
is
feed the
coming to an end.
birds.
It will come. People have no idea, and he will come. The new Messiah is on his way. People are waiting for like the new. It will happen very
Do you
soon.
think he's here? Do you think he's here now? Do you
Yeah,
think the Antichrist is here now on Earth? Do you think he's here
Oh, I
now?
thought you meant on this
the
panel.
Antichrist. The Antichrist to me is the AI. I think personally. I think it'll be like the Neptune when they can actually come to understand that and go, yeah, this is how you're going to live. Pure and simple. And it will be economic terms and make sense. And people will believe in that. There'll be a break soon. Like 9/11, like all the other ones. There'll be a
Do
big
you,
one.
do you think if the Antichrist comes back, he'll be from Norway and have a see-through shirt on?
He's Russian, isn't he?
Maybe. Maybe he comes from the deep, dark depths of the fjords. He comes swimming up and like oil oozing out, and will become rich again.
Could be.
I think African is onto something though, because I've thought about that as well. If it's not that, that's definitely the beast system.
Yeah.
It's singularity. Once it kind of happens, and also the fear factor that the world will see. I mean, it has to be something that will be gravitational. That people go like, oh, and it won't be like COVID like before, because COVID was like a pretext to that, and they've made kids that will believe in that because they're scared. There's a whole group of children that are underdeveloped because COVID, generally in the West.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
definitely. Have you guys noticed? I'm not sure, like the weather in your areas. Have you noticed the weather change? I mean, I'm not trying to flip it up completely,
No,
but
I've noticed the weather hasn't changed, and I'm
well,
waiting for it to.
it's been like 70 something degrees, and now it's like 40, like out of
Well,
That's been happening
nowhere.
where
Yeah,
I'm at. I'm in the Midwest, and it's been doing that.
it's
Yeah,
doing that.
yeah, it's hoodie weather.
I mean, what's your weather normally like? Like cold, really cold?
Well, I'm in Virginia, so it's usually like right now it'd be like in the 70s, 80s.
What's that in Fahrenheit, Celsius? What's that?
Well, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I'm not sure. The British,
20 Celsius.
yeah,
British, the rest of the
yeah,
world.
British weather. Oh God, it's
Look,
Bradley. Oh shit, Bradley's here. Oh
he
no.
was
Welcome, Bradley.
Celsius is invented by the Swedes, not the British.
Bradley, Bradley,
romance.
Bradley, please make Dolbus put a regular fitting shirt on, please, sir.
What is wrong
Please.
with his shirt? I barely
What is
noticed
wrong
it.
with this one?
What
It's
regular shirt should he
it's the
have?
only thing that fits with my pants, and so obviously, even though you're not seeing the
Whoa!
pants,
Show,
what is
show Dolbus,
this?
show your pants. Show your pants, Dolbus. Show your
It's
pants.
just normal. It's just normal. But this is the only thing that fits, because this is too nice to have anything else. So
His
since I'm
pants are
wearing this,
wrinkled.
I gotta wear this.
You
Look
gotta
at that!
iron
Look
your
at that!
pants.
Look at that tiny Norwegian bulge, just like a tiny Norwegian bulge. Look
Mike,
at
stop being crap.
Your pants,
that!
your pants are wrinkled. They look like an elephant's trunk.
Oh no!
It's actually
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
green, which is very funny, but on the camera, it doesn't look like this.
I'll never forget.
It's it's the only thing I can only wear it at home, but it's too nice to wear it
Yeah.
casually.
Dolbez, when you're 50, you're going to look like you're 16 still. Trust me. You're never going to age. I swear to God, there are Norwegian vampires. I swear there are Norwegian vampires. I swear. You're never going to age, dude.
They're not in my family, so maybe I won't get those kind of genetics. Or maybe they skipped a few generations. So I'll endeavor to.
Could be.
Bradley,
So
you
how-
look like you're about to go study bugs or something. Welcome.
Orthopedic specimen right here. It's got the wings and the four legs and the billy.
Bradley, were you an extra on Jurassic Park, the movie? Just don't be honest. Just be honest.
No, I wasn't an extra. I was a main character. I played the Dilophosaurus.
He owned that.
Just all over his face.
My goodness.
Yeah, this is the new saloon. I'm more of a bartender now than anything else.
That's it.
So I don't have to do any work.
Jeff has been overtaken.
Except I'm not drinking.
It's not his stream anymore. Like I want to see a breakdown. Like what percentage of airtime is Jeff speaking? Because I feel it's really low this stream. I've
It's generally low. I tend to hang back.
It's because I'm here.
I have a reason to jump in.
So Bradley, are you going to try to like corn the market on like, weed smoking fake stars above your head? Is that like your whole thing now? It's like, I'm just asking. I'm asking for a friend.
You say
That was a Candace Owens just ask.
It was almost authentic, Mike.
I've never heard that phrase before. Corn the market? You say?
Bradley, how do you have American flag and you're Canadian? What are you? Are you leaving your country?
Wait, you're not Canadian, are you?
What's that, eh?
Are you Canadian? Because we had some other Americanized Canadian on here the other day too. So you
Take
can't
off.
possibly be a second one.
Take off, you hockey hoser.
You're not Canadian.
He is. He is.
No.
He stole that flag from my front yard. I have him on camera, on Ring camera, stealing my flag. Give me my flag back, Bradley.
Mm-mm. I'm from Montreal.
From who?
He said no quarter.
Montreal.
You said no
Who?
quarter?
Yeah.
Oh, that's super British. No quarter.
No dime.
That's it.
What?
Is that the Fourth Amendment? No quarter, no soldiers' quarter in my home. Is that the Fourth Amendment? I'm trying to remember what amendment that is.
no quarter.
Big
Doesn't
quarter
that just
mile.
mean no mercy?
Yes. It also had to do with when the United States were holding a lot of the Germans captive during The Second World War.
Right on.
He's
How are they doing
busted.
that? Hooser. You hockey hooser. Hey, take off. You like my toque?
What's that about? What's that about?
Said all about.
Right on.
Take off, eh?
Well,
It does
gentlemen,
appear, though, that a lot
take
of the
it.
lands, Jeff, a lot of the lands that Trump wants, it does align with, like with the North American, the Declaration of North America and all that stuff. But then when you look up the map of the 10 Kingdoms, it's in alignment with a lot of
What's
these.
the 10 Kingdoms? Do you want
I
to know?
couldn't find all 10.
Because we
It's
have
in
a king here
Revelations.
now.
I could only find 8 kingdoms when I looked at the map.
10 kingdoms?
There's 10.
Well,
Let me
Norway,
see.
Sweden,
Must have
Denmark,
counted them.
Belgium, Netherlands.
I see something about
Britain,
Chinese history.
Luxembourg, Spain.
Has 10
Spain and
kingdoms.
Luxembourg. Now do a song
How
about
about
it.
8?
5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms.
Spain
8
and
kingdoms?
Luxembourg. Berlin.
Bradley, here comes the Norwegian song. Durgan, meatballs.
There's a
Meatballs
book
is
of No
Sweden.
Greater
Don't mix
Joy
your
Ministries called 8
stereotyes.
Kingdoms.
Meatballs is Sweden. You gotta be
Durgan.
proper.
Is that the proper accent, though?
Dolbez, how can you do Dolbez? How can Norway take over the world if you're all 5'3" and you're transparent looking? How is that possible? I'm just saying, you can't even
Well,
go in the sun, dude. If the sun comes out, you run back
One panel
inside
at a
in
time, right?
your
One
Norwegian
panel at a
coffins.
time.
You're like blah blah, and like your fangs come out and you run back in your coffins.
Can I do something stupid real
well,
quick?
oh yeah.
Who's asking?
Me, of course.
Oh, that's always a gamble.
Dolbez, where are you from?
I am from the far north, from Norway. Although I'm half Swedish.
Norway!
Hey.
That was good. That was stupid and good. Hey, Trackable.
Good to see everybody.
Track, salute. We got me and Track got matching beards now. Look at that, glorious beards.
It's from
Yeah, and Bradley.
Mine's itchy as hell.
It is, man. I'm getting beard dandruff. I got to get the beard oil. Track, I got to get the beard. It's getting dry under there. It is. Dolbez wouldn't know that because he can't grow a facial hair. He can't. He tries.
Shit,
He puts Dolbez puts chia pet seeds on his face to try to grow the. No, it's all good. Listen, Dolbez, stay young, bro. To be young is amazing. When you get old like me, it's gonna suck. So stay young.
Well,
Stay young,
I'm
brother.
planning on it not sucking when I get your age.
Yeah, you're gonna look like me on
I'm planning to
Untrackable. You're
not end up like you.
You're gonna look just like us. You're gonna have big gray beards, everything. I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping it'll skip right from blonde to white. I don't know.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Your bush is gonna look like a calico cat.
What a line to walk in on. Shift, welcome.
Did you really just say that, Brad?
Well, I thought I thinked it.
Brad. Meow. Holy shit.
There are fish here. Let's put the cats away.
Oh my god.
Keep on a leash.
Meow.
Welcome.
He said a calico cat.
Oh, hang on. We got some kingdoms.
You see what I'm saying? How all that aligns with.
Why are we with Canada? And and Greenland.
Canada.
What is that out there? Iceland? Europe?
It's North America.
This is the 10 kingdoms of the beast.
Of the who?
Of the beast.
Of the beast?
Yeah, it's in Revelations.
Oh, it sounds like a heavy metal album.
Do you think about this late at night? Do you think about the 10 kingdoms? Wake up in a cold sweat. 10 kingdoms.
No,
you just come up like I don't know.
Thought about that when you guys were talking about Canada or Canadians having U.S. flags.
Well, there's only one kingdom. There's only one kingdom. That's the kingdom of Norway. That's what Dolbez says. It's the kingdom of Norway. Everyone else is second, and that's it.
Norway. Did it again.
That's all it is.
Hey, Mike,
The whitest people in the world. I'm sorry, Untrack. Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Nobody puts baby in a corner. Leave him alone.
Oh my gosh, I love that you just made a Dirty Dancing reference. 10 million points for you. Also, I carry the watermelon.
How hot was she in that movie? She was smoking hot in that movie. No one can even Jeff is like, yeah, she looked pretty
I don't even
good.
know who you're talking about. Dirty Dancing?
Jennifer Grey in Dirty Dancing. She was
Oh my God,
smoking hot in that movie.
What
Hold
else
on.
did she
Have you
play in?
seen Dirty Dancing, Jeff?
Not really. Not like fully sat through
Oh,
it and
man, I'm
maybe.
going to pass out. Oh my God. What are you doing
It
with
was
your
a chick
wife?
flick. It had no interest to me when it came out.
Patrick Swayze, no shirt. Boom, there. Eye candy.
I thought I was watching Dirty Dancing one night, but it turned out to be Roadhouse.
I tried to watch that the other day. It was pretty bad.
Bradley, will you admit you got a chubby watching Dirty Dancing, but it wasn't Jennifer Grey?
I'll admit I have a chubby right now.
I gotta still be watching it for sure.
Talking to you.
Hey now.
Ladywood.
Hey now. You see that sign up there? It says applesauce.
Hey
No,
now.
God.
The greatest series ever, Larry Sanders Show. One of the greatest series ever.
That sounds like a cop.
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? Who's getting
It's the
arrested over
Pizza
there?
Hut car.
I'm in the
Untrackable.
hood.
I think they tracked
I'm
you.
in the
Oh, it's the
I'm in the
hood.
hood. Untrackable's got my back, so I'm safe. Untrackable's got my back. I'm good.
Watch out over there.
Hey now.
This shit. Well, I used to say hey, and then sometimes I would say no, and I put them together.
Dolbez was going to protect me, but he didn't want to break a nail.
Oh,
They're very bad.
He didn't want to break an nail.
I didn't know Sami Zayn was
You're
I'm gonna
busting
follow
his
him.
chops, man.
Excuse me, Sami Zayn. Can I get your autograph?
What?
We got two soldiers up here, so we got backup up. We got two soldiers up here, so we're good.
It's from wrestling. My bad. He looks like Sami Zayn. Nobody knows who that is, do they?
I know Billy Zane.
Sami Zayn.
Nope.
Is he
You say
related to
Stabby
Billy?
Zane? Hey, you Stabby Stain. What?
No.
Stabby Stain?
Did you know that
he a
African?
wrestler?
Did you know that African got his beard caught in a door one time? Did you know that?
No, I didn't
What
know.
happened?
African, oh my
No.
God, you look exactly like Sami Zayn. He's a Canadian wrestler. It's SAMI
Yeah.
Oh my God.
ZAYN.
Oh my God.
So
He is
picture.
Or
another
wrestling
doppelganger.
A beard in a door sucks, but I heard a story about someone who got their nipple caught in a drawer shutting, so I think that takes the cake.
Was it you?
I could see how
Was
that
it you?
happens. Look at them. This is totally African.
Look at this. Look at this dude. Holy crap. The plastic the plastic wrestler. There's a new movie coming out, The Plastic Wrestler.
Yeah.
You want it? I'm gonna give it to you.
Let me tell you something, dude. The way I
Now I'm
see it,
definitely
brother.
hard.
Yeah. This guy is just bullshit.
I'm gonna drop the leg drop on this mother sucker.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give him 4.
The finger 4 beard lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna know about that shit. He'll be smelling it all day.
Uh-oh, you just got cloned back.
Why does everyone always call me Seth Rogen?
Well, you can't trust Spike. He's a robot for sure. I have the receipt.
I am. I'm an android. I've been programmed to troll, so I apologize, everyone. I apologize.
But wait, I think Untrackable's getting away here. He looks like one of those like off-duty knights in shining armor.
Let's
You
see
know
what
what I
the
mean?
audience thinks.
Tops.
So Shift, will you admit that you have a deep lust for Untrackable? Because I think you're completely in love with him,
Really
which we all are. We all are in love with Untrackable.
Who does?
Shift, admit he's a handsome son of a bitch. Admit it, Shift. He's a handsome
Yeah,
son of a bitch.
I'm all about doxing his smile, but no.
Yeah.
And we've been through this. Maybe don't try to project your shit onto me. How about that? Or speak for me. That'd be great. Also, he's married.
Yes,
He's married, but you
and a
can
father.
always thoughts are not cheating.
He's also
Thoughts are
a
not cheating.
What,
stranger.
Mike? Like
And he finds
an
you
hour ago,
amusing,
you were
making you
here
turn
trying to
off.
get peace and love and everything,
There's that.
and now you're trying to facilitate adultery.
No, Shift has a thing for Intractable.
Wow,
Intractable is a very handsome young man, and I think Shift
Yeah, you
is
also said I had a
deeply
thing
in
for
love.
you. I'm asking you to shut the fuck up. It's inappropriate what you're saying.
See, she's getting mad. So yeah,
She's
all
being
good.
Because
I heard
you
a
find yourself
rock.
entertaining and it's gross. Learn a lesson, fuckface.
I
Ooh,
heard a rock
now
salt.
you're cursing. You're
Wait, I
cursing
want to
at
hear
me by
about the
being
rock salt.
funny.
Go ahead, Untrackable.
Wow, wow. You
Y'all
cursed
did
at
the
me for
apology the other day, and the chat was like, "This is not going to last."
yeah.
I
You're
don't
cursing
know.
at me just for making jokes. Yeah, that's
Go
okay.
ahead, Untrackable.
Yeah,
Well, what if
I
we give
don't.
my partner thing to
Hey, I
people
want to
not
hear
dating?
Untrackable. He keeps
No.
trying to get in.
So shush.
Don't use exact words, but it's like she's got a thing for him, but he's got a thing for her, or, somebody else, and it's like this chain of, everybody, has a thing for somebody, but those people don't ever really connect. And it's like, I don't care who's got a thing for me. Mike, you and me, we could get our beards tangled anytime.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yes, I love it. African, why do you look like the best 80s metal hairband lead singer of all time right now? Holy crap. Dude, you
Like the Cross Brothers.
oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. African, you could lead Metallica into the future right now. I swear to God, dude. Oh no, oh no.
Yeah.
I'm a little teapot and stuff.
African, enter the Sandman right now. Oh,
Who's the
do it.
same?
No, it's Enter the Sandman is Metallica's most popular
Right, from like
album.
1986.
Jeff, don't date me. All right, don't
Oh,
put
that's just how I
don't
keep
put
track of
age
albums.
on me, Jeff.
It's
Okay.
okay. That's from before I was even born.
Do you realize that Jeff looks like the most handsome 70-year-old on YouTube? He looks fucking amazing for 70 years old.
He's not 70.
No, all jokes aside, you look good for your age, Jeff. But Untrackable, thank you for the offer.
Well,
Maybe we will entwine our beards one time or the other. Just don't tell your wife. Just don't include her in the
two
mix.
chances.
All right,
All
but
right.
you're the bottom.
And don't
Oh,
forget the beer oil.
Well,
The
That is the
feral
most
Untrackable,
fairy,
love statement of all
skateboard
time. That is the most obvious, stating the obvious, untrackable. Oh my god.
look how interested Shift is into like taking reports on it. Can I be there to take notes?
What is your fascination with me? Why don't you just admit, like you already have,
I
that
can
you
tell
are a
you,
big fucking fan?
it's because you're easy to troll.
Yeah.
You
It's
It's
can
an
not
give them a
actual
trolling.
reaction
He's
every
annoying. He's
it's an
annoying as a
actual
gnat.
joke, and we're actually all having fun other than you. We're just having fun and laughing. That's all we're doing is having fun and laughing. No one's disrespecting each other. Nobody.
You don't get to decide what I find disrespectful.
Well,
Then you should be walking.
you find
You said
everything
you raw on
disrespectful.
very thin ice. So stop
Just
it.
just
Just back the fuck up.
back you came up here firing. We were having a great conversation. There's no issue.
So what
There's
happened to the
no
apology? That's what I'm curious
yeah.
about.
We were having fun. We were having fun.
Did I
We all
miss
joke. We all joke with each. We joke back and forth. No one's disrespecting anybody.
Did I miss
That's
something?
it.
You're so fucking ridiculous. You went from saying that I was interested in you to now applying that to untrackable. I'm telling you, it's inappropriate. The end. Let it be. Move the fuck on.
Right. You have issues. You have some kind of issues going on. But I didn't say anything out of line or anything disrespectful. We're all just having fun. It's a panel. We're having a good time. Nobody disrespected you
Gonna
at
have
all.
a good time.
Will you strangle your dick on panels? That's how you get
See,
off.
now you're going back to being disrespectful again. See, no one's
So
disrespecting
you're
you.
dictating
No
what's
one. Now you're
respectful.
Well, y'all
cornered.
just do
Now
another
you're cornered.
apology, and we'll see how long we can keep
If
this
you
going.
want me to turn the troll on Shift, I can, but I'm not doing that. We're all having fun and laughing. We're laughing and having a good time. This is a fun, great
All but one
panel.
of us.
Don't come up here.
Your
Don't come up
obsession
here
with
being
me is
Don't come up here
hilarious.
being
It's so
disrespectful. It's
funny.
not going to work. Shift. You will never
You're
win
in
in a
love
battle.
with me.
You will
You're
never
in
win a
love
battle
with
against me.
me.
You'll never win, Shift. You'll always lose.
Sounds like
So just don't. So don't start it. Don't
It's
start it.
been years. You're obsessed.
With you? You think I'm obsessed with
Absolutely.
you? You
You're
are
in love with
inconsequential. You
me.
mean
Stop
nothing
getting
to
me
me.
beat.
All
You're
right,
like you're
stop.
like
I've had
belly bear
enough. I've
lint.
had enough. Stop
Yeah,
it. I'm gonna start
stop.
backseating.
Shifts. Just stop it.
Both of
Shift.
you, Mike.
No one's talking
Both of
about
you.
you. Just let it go. Talk
Oh my
about
God.
someone else. That's it. Jeff, I
You did
appreciate it.
try to pull her into the conversation twice.
Out of fun, Jeff. Out of fun.
Well,
Out of
leave
fun
her alone.
banter. That's it. Out of fun banter. That's it.
Hey,
Untrackable said
Bradley,
some
how's it
funny ass
going?
stuff.
I
That's
agree
it.
with what Dobez is saying down here. He's got some good points because when you allow everyone to live for free, it really does ruin productivity for
Yeah.
sure.
Well,
And
Bradley,
yet
make us.
we're productive enough. It's like
Yeah,
we're
Bradley,
still
make us laugh.
producing amazing things even with our
No.
reduced
Yeah, I
productivity.
don't
But
gotta fucking
Yeah, but we can do more.
certain people will get butthurt over just fun banter, and then
Wait,
we're
we
all
moved
joking.
on. We're not on that
Yeah,
anymore.
that's it. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. What's going on?
I came up here for Bradley's sick ass songs. I thought he
Yeah.
was going to sing about world capitals and stuff.
Right.
It's like Schoolhouse Rock.
Like the Animaniacs, who do a tremendous job of making educational music.
That's what I
African.
wanted to bring up. We
Dude,
kept
how
hearing the
metal,
water.
Wait,
how
you wanted to try to
absolutely.
educate us? What do you want us to know?
There was an Animaniac song where he kept naming all the different states or something, and that's what I wanted to do with the fucking the 8 kingdoms or the 10 kingdoms of the fucking beast.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. I'm
Yeah,
still
like
not
it's like United
understanding
States, Mexico, Canada, Panama, Peru. Yeah, yeah.
That one. That's the one.
Actually,
Can
may
you?
I do another one? The like for Peru, like about Lake Titicaca. Are you familiar with Lake Titicaca?
Yeah. I'm from Lake Titicaca.
Yeah,
Lake Titicaca. Lake Titicaca.
we
It's
used to
between
laugh
Bolivia
about it.
and Peru. Do. Lake Titicaca. Yes, Lake Titicaca with water tranquil and blue.
Can we?
Lake Titicaca. Lake Titicaca.
Mm,
Why do we sing of its name? Because Lake Titicaca. Yes, Lake Titicaca. We really like saying its name.
wow.
Titicaca. The end.
Can
Back
we?
then,
Can we?
yeah.
Can
Listen,
we
these
all
are some.
appreciate African's hair? African's hair is glorious. Can we at least appreciate that?
I think it's a wig.
I thought Lake Titicaca sounded like a place where nobody wanted to go because it was like shitty tits.
Okay, now Flo's timing. Welcome.
Jeez, I thought you were going to leave me backstage forever.
So I didn't see you back there. Sorry.
I'm here for the fun jokes and fun banter, and I was like, God, Jeff doesn't want me to have fun banter.
Oh no! Did you bring some? I think we're in the
Wait, are you
fun
Flo
banter
State?
part of the hour anyway.
Yeah. Mine.
Okay. I was like, you look exactly like this other dude.
Yeah, no, I
Okay.
mostly stream to my other channel, the Powder Dusty, now because Flow State is like a cesspit of demonetization, and
Oh God.
the Powder
Okay.
monetized.
So is that the one I
Yeah,
should drop?
it's kind of a big deal. I
I've
love
been
you,
a
Flo.
big deal since before YouTube.
You over there on Rumble too now, or what? What's going on there?
I do stream to Rumble as well, but mostly it's just sort of like a backup.
Right.
I normally have like 1 or 2 viewers on Rumble,
What's
so
up?
really it's just a database.
So what's going on? What's new?
Well, nothing's new. I
Do
was
you
out
have
to.
banter?
Yeah, what's the banter?
Well, gosh, I thought you guys were bantering already.
Well, we were, and then
All right.
what were y'all talking
Like-
about just when he walked in?
Y'all just keep the momentum going, and then I'll merge
And
into
he'll
traffic.
find his
I'll merge into
entrance.
traffic.
Yeah.
I have a banjo.
African, you look amazing, bro. Holy shit.
Mike's on some others today.
Dude, you look like African Jesus.
He looks just like white Jesus.
That's Rob Zombie.
African, say it one time. All righty then.
I think somebody in chat said that I look like a character from a 007, and I'm like, yeah, one of the 1,000 henchmen that die.
That is true.
I played that game. I killed you
Holy
40
crap.
billion times.
I would say Eve, little babe.
Mm.
You know, that's the way it
Fun
goes.
time. Yo, but I don't know what everyone's weather's like, but the weather's been fucking nuts, man.
It's great here.
Great.
that
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
Our
did a good
spring
job
will
with
not spring.
Matchbox. Oh man, yeah.
Plastic
Barbecue.
looks like the last thing Sharon Tate saw.
What?
Dude, that is
Oh my
Bradley.
God.
That's messed up, Bradley.
That's
That's foul, bro.
gross.
Oh, that's not good. That's not fun banter. I'm sorry. My bad.
It's been long enough. It's been
You
long
just
enough.
call, you just called him Charles
Two
Manson.
spoons.
You just
10 out
called
of
him
10 for the
Charles Manson.
banter.
I don't know. Did she
Oh,
see
that's
him though?
creepy.
10 out of 10 for
Mine
banter.
Yeah,
is-
did he
4 out
even
of
go
10
in
for
the house?
historical accuracy.
Happy birthday, bro. Oh,
Jokes don't have to be 100% accurate. You got
That is foul, dude. That is foul.
oh,
Dolbez, cover your ears. You're too young to hear this.
yeah, man. Go on.
That's you put some spice or something. You don't just say he looks like Charles Manson, which I think.
Yeah. But if you ever need anything, all things Norwegian, just ask Dolbez. All things Norwegian. But go
Why are
ahead,
you
gentlemen.
spinning around?
I'm walking.
All things
Oh.
cult
Making me dizzy.
and crazy, ask me.
Cult and crazy. Okay.
Yeah, because now I'm
That's
like
gonna come in handy.
told. Yeah,
So, Bradley, are you going for like a blossom look with that hat, or what's the inspo?
Awesome. Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa!
That's the Caddyshack hat.
It was wow.
Oh, all touche, three shade. That's way more
Hey, what's on
Caddyshack
your
than
shirt?
blossom.
Well, it looks like rainbows.
Actually, I was going for Tim Taylor neighbor. Heidi ho, good neighbor.
Yeah,
She
Wilson.
was a good. Blossom was a good dancer. She could dance, though. Remember the opening when she would be
I am
dancing?
Bialik.
Yeah.
Fuck too. Oh, sorry. Going for the banter.
Bradley, did you hit it? Bradley, did you hit it with Blossom? Don't lie about it.
I did. I stuck it
You
right in her
tried it.
blossom. That means asshole.
She went on to the. Do you guys like the Big Bang Theory? You like that show?
Oh.
I never saw a whole
That was
episode.
that was her second big
Good show.
show.
That's right.
I'm trying to figure out if I'm being porn bombed or not.
Penny.
I watched it one time, but I didn't see any banging, so I switched back to porn.
If you think,
You switched back to what?
Back to porn. We were talking about that earlier, trackable. We were talking about like the desensitization of like the pornography and stuff, and these younger generation people being desensitized because of pornography.
I'm
We
just
were talking about
wondering
that
what
earlier.
Jeff is into if he wasn't sure if this was porn on
Yeah.
it.
But I think the younger generation, like I said, we talked earlier. I think the younger generation is not looking for like long-term relationships. They're just looking for fun. The next fun time. That's all they're looking for.
I'm not sure that I agree with that though, because like I
A
said
lot of
earlier,
people in my generation were doing the same thing. That's not unusual
Yeah.
to me.
Well,
And
Jeff, you're a filthy man. You're a filthy man, Jeff. You were a
Gen
debauchery
X.
master.
Dudes have always wanted box without strings attached.
Boxes
And-
usually come wrapped in strings.
Right. That's why it's always been the challenge, right?
They're always attached.
yeah, but the Zoomers
Like
do
in
look
sync.
like they're looking for answers, though. I will say that it's Gen Alpha.
Answers for what, though? They're
They're going
figuring
more
things out just like we
conservative,
did.
if you want me to put a title on it.
Yeah,
what?
the millennial insanity of you can be anything you want, whether or not it exists, is getting a big backlash. It seems.
I
Yeah.
agree, and I am a millennial, and I agree with that.
I am a millennial too, and
Sorry,
I just,
I'm so
Jeff,
far for strings.
Jeff, I think me, you, and African are the only Gen Xers. I think me and you and him are only the Gen Xers.
What?
The other
No,
other people are
Untrackable's not.
younger. I thought Untrackable's younger. I thought he's younger than us.
Yeah, but I think they're still.
I'm barely a
Yeah.
millennial. I'm really not thrilled to claim millennial,
Yeah.
but it is technically
You
barely
seem
true.
more Gen X, too.
I don't know what the boundary is, but if I am, I'm on the cusp because I was 83.
Oh Lord, yeah,
Mm.
no, you're
You're on the
millennial.
cusp, yeah.
Tech on paper, you're millennial. Culturally, you could be.
Yeah,
Gen X.
yeah.
Could be, yeah.
We got. I mean, Trackable, we got 8 to 12 years on you. So I mean, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different
So
generation.
African's one of us, and then that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Me, you, and African, I think, are Gen X. I think.
I
Wait,
can understand
what are the
that.
years for Gen X? 'Cause I thought I was Gen X. I'm older
It
than I'm
is
tracking.
April of '81.
in the
I,
70s.
You
I'm
go by birth
75.
rate. That's
Yeah,
when
I'm
it starts growing.
75.
I can understand that that cultural divide because
Yeah.
my parents were born in the 40s, and my
Stop. I thought
my
you were joking.
oldest my
You look like a
oldest brother
cop.
is old enough to be my dad.
Well, it's weird. It's weird because Bradley was born in 2015. And look how old he looks. Like how'd that even happen?
My age.
Dude, how'd you get a beard at 12? How'd you get a beard at 12, Bradley?
I'm
That
17.
that's
I
what
mean, but
happens when
Jeff,
you masturbate 17 times a day. You start looking
it
like Brad.
ages you rapidly.
These are
Is
chia
that
seeds.
Moose? Is that
Yeah,
Moose?
what's up, brother man?
Now
This
it's a
is
party. Now it's a
That's
party,
right,
dude.
Moose
baby.
is here for the fun and banter too.
Moose,
Oh, what's up?
you look like me on
We're
crack. What's going on, bro?
You
You
have a
alright?
You
filter
on
on.
crack? What are you talking about?
actually,
Whoa, this is
actually,
crazy.
can you go outside? They
The
do
only
kind of have a.
person that does drugs on this panel is Bradley.
It's true.
Exactly.
Bradley.
If we're
Yeah.
being real though, gay dudes always have the best drugs. So honestly, if I were going to try to hit somebody up, I'd be Jeff.
I don't. I was not one of them.
I'd be like, Jeff, don't lie to me. I know that you've got that good coke.
This is true.
No, we could get you some good weed if you come up here.
Did
But
you
I don't
see
have access to all
Bradley's?
that
There's
other
no
Did
such
you
What
thing
the
as
guys?
fuck?
good
Don't give
weed.
away my
Did
stash,
you?
Jeff. That's mine.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that.
I have a T-shirt that says fentanyl free.
Bradley, did you see? I mean, I'm sorry, Moose. Did you see Bradley's website selling stained T-shirts from Jeff V-necks? Did you see that?
I don't
Are you
even own
serious?
V-necks. I would never
No,
wear
I'm joking.
V-necks.
I'm
Those.
totally joking.
Oh man, getting one of those stained V-necks. I'm sure there's somebody out there who'd pay a nice dollar for that Bradley tee. It's got that sweat equity built right into it.
A new shirt.
You said
I got a new
sweat
shirt.
equity. Holy crap! And then the T-shirt gets the wrinkles under the folds. You know,
I
so
auctioned, I auctioned this ass into my 2-liter for $20. But like, so Sarah won it, but it's plus shipping. I haven't shipped it to her yet because she doesn't want to pay the extra money for shipping. She told me to throw it away, but I can't
is
do
it
that.
me? Is it me, or does African look like a tiny Thor? Like the Greek god of everything. Like I'm just curious. Like look at
Thor is
this
Norwegian.
How big's your
glorious
hammer?
man. Dude, look at this glorious dude over here. I'm
African,
telling
do
you.
you feel like he's getting a little zesty in here?
It
I
is
mean,
getting
let's
this.
let's be a little more honest, folks. He looks like he just came out of fucking Lord of the Rings convention.
Convention? Not the movie? Wow. That's not nice.
That's Gimli. That's Gimli.
Fucking Gimli over here. Where's his axe?
African, do you look
He
like a
probably
really
has it.
handsome African? Are you like a really handsome garden gnome? Like a handsome version of a garden gnome?
Where's your
That
hat?
could
African's mic is low. Can you turn him up?
Where's your pointy hat?
African, put that hat on, dude. Get that hat, please. For the love of God, get that
Hey,
hat,
the difference
please, God.
between plastic and a garden gnome is he's not sitting on your grass. He's sitting on your girlfriend's bush.
I like
That's
that.
it.
Ooh. The difference
Hey
between him and a
now.
garden gnome is 3 inches.
It would be
Hey,
funny to see Mike and
Ooh.
Garden Gnome in person because I bet Mike would be making fewer jokes.
So good. I just
The real question, though, is what's the difference between red and purple? And the
Blue.
answer is
The
the grip.
wavelengths that bounce
No,
back.
it's the
Oh, the
grip.
grip.
The
Jesus.
what?
Grip.
The grip.
Oh, right. I remember that.
Damn.
I mean, I
Mhm.
didn't remember that from the other day.
Are you saying that when Bradley whacks off that it's fucking black and blue?
I am a little bit concerned for his. Yes.
Circulation.
Yes, the circulation. I'm quite concerned.
Come on,
Not
folks.
enough oxygen getting to the head, Bradley.
He's got a strong
Um,
heart. It can pump through those zip ties.
I
But
heard
I
it's
do think that he's wearing a teeny tiny little hat on his member as well. So that
That's called
is
foreskin, ma'am.
something.
It's to catch the cum.
It's TNT. Watch me explode.
My hat off.
You know why Flo knows what foreskin is, right? He's had lots of practice with it.
Mm-mm. I got my
It could have
circumcision.
landed better.
I know. I'm
You
lagging
know
right now.
what?
That's the
It's all right.
problem.
It's all right. You're just stretching out. You're getting stretched out. Next one will
It's
hit.
true.
Next one will hit good, like me and your mom.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Okay, wait, no,
Oh,
wait. Here's a
damn.
different joke. This is Dino's. What's the difference between a chickpea and a lentil?
I don't want a chickpea in my
I,
mouth.
I've never had a lentil on my face.
Wait, who's
That's good. I was sitting here like I don't even think I'd recognize either of those things if I saw one.
Hey,
a
what's
lentil?
green and smells like pork?
I didn't worry, lentil.
Kermit
What?
the Frog's fingers.
No, that's terrible. That's awful.
She's
Shame
not
on
actually.
you. You just ruined childhoods and shit.
They probably
Yeah,
taste
Miss
like
Piggy was a
stuff.
freak. 3 fingers deep.
Oh my gosh.
He was a puppet though, so I don't think he'd taste like frog or anything. He'd be eating like stuffing and shit. I'm just saying.
There you go, Bradley. Thinking deep. That's what LSD does to your brain.
Deep in
Trying to
the
keep it real, buddy. Just keep it real.
Keep it
Real
fucking
deep.
real.
keep the
Yeah.
Muppets real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, little dicks can only think deep.
Yes. Woo! Clip
pretty
that.
Yeah, that's good. That was good.
I think I can. I think I can.
I think. The problem is Bradley. When you're sitting there thinking, "Man, I wish I could get her to fucking nut," and you're like, "But I hope I don't. I
Chicks
hope
don't
I don't."
nut.
And that happens every time. There's something wrong, Bradley.
I don't know what you've been fucking, but chicks don't nut.
Yeah, they do. When I fuck them.
Yeah, he fucks the chicks with the new prison chicks, the transformers,
yeah.
the
What's it
Caitlyn
Before
done?
Jenners
they
of our
probably only want to do
generation.
it from behind too, don't they?
If we don't
He
get it
has
done
to.
at the same time, that's their fault.
You know what? Now you're victim shaming, Bradley. I don't like that.
Who's the victim?
Damn near anyone you had sex with.
Oh.
Took me a minute to catch up too.
Yeah, you're a little slow tonight too, just like my internet. All right. So Jeff, it's been a while, buddy.
They're still not landing, but they're getting closer.
It has been. What's up? What's going on with you?
Oh yeah, it's because I don't have a microphone right now. I'm at work. I just had an employee have a seizure, smack his head on the fucking rails.
Did you get video of it?
Yeah, yeah, fuck yeah, I did, brother. Fuck yeah.
Can I make it into a hilarious short?
Yeah, I would do that because my soul is for sale, just like yours. Oh, there we went. We went. I went dirty. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to buy yourself back.
I didn't even have a
Buy
problem
your way
with that.
back.
Are they okay?
What?
Is he okay?
Are
He
they-
got
yeah, that too.
fucking wheeled off in an ambulance. We're not going to talk until he wakes up.
That just happened?
Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. I'm out
Oh my
taking a break.
god.
Yeah.
Was it
It's
hilarious?
funny how I can go from like, oh my god, we got to play hero to, all right, let's play jackass real quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you were real quick to wag your tongue. It could be a trauma response.
Yeah, I think I was about to say. He's really
Moose is still in a state of shock. Moose, are you still in shock?
Shock? I'm not in shock. This is how I
Jeff
act
is
every
trained in
single day.
therapy and shit. Jeff therapy.
No, I'm not trained. I'm not a therapist. I'm not trained in therapy.
You're a counselor or something. You got something to do with like helping people with their feels.
Oh, now you're gonna try to Jack Talcott me and give me like a life coach that has never coached anyone in their fucking
How does that make you feel though, Moose?
That does not describe me. No, I'm asking.
I mean, really, like that's saying a lot for me. Let's give me a coach that's never done half the shit I've done. But like, hey,
but Moose,
tell me how to do better, brother.
You're in shock for something that's kind of petty.
Let's do some breathing exercises.
Hey, we don't know that he's in shock.
Moose, blessings, blessings, brother, blessings.
He's a grown man.
Oh yeah,
pretty close
maybe
with-
Mike could try. Mike could try counseling you through it.
I could.
The thing is, nobody's in shock here. I just came up here for the 5 minutes so I can make my quick jokes and jerk off a little bit. and smear it
But
on
look,
Reddit.
you
Then
can't
bam, I'm
ignore your
gone
mental
like the
health,
wind.
Moose.
You thinking about fucking that guy having a seizure because he's twitching out?
That's kind of weird. That's weird. You know what, Bradley?
Seemed like it
Bradley,
landed though.
shame on you, Bradley, and shame on the rest of y'all for laughing. Praise God.
Banter.
No, you came up
My
to
dear-
poke. That's the
Oh,
bear.
come on.
Specifically, you came up to poke.
Oh,
Now
he,
now he
he
has to
drop
think
off, did
about
he?
it.
Did he
Moose
drop off?
just to go fuck that seizure person for sure.
Stop.
You asked him the question, and then he was like, "That's terrible. Where is it?"
Hey,
I'm
let me
always
help you
concerned
count.
about people that have seizures and then they have dangerous accidents. I'm always concerned about that because it's like, well, it makes me think, well, I should have got my life insurance policy on them yesterday.
You know, when I tried to renew my benefits after I got divorced, they told me that I could not keep life insurance on my ex-wife. And the woman kind of gave me like a dirty look. She's like, "This is not for gambling." Well, yeah, it is actually. Insurance is actually specifically a gamble.
Yeah, she deflected real
The
bad.
house always wins.
That's a deflection because they didn't want to lose no money.
But like at that time, we were divorced, but I figured if I can keep an insurance policy, because we were young then too, keep an insurance policy on this insane drugged out woman who's like, gods are in my favor.
Oh, yeah. Damn.
Hey,
She's still
totally
alive.
doing it.
I was
But
joking. I was making a joke.
No way, fuck
did
off.
you guys did you hear about the corpse on the subway that was robbed and violated
Oh boy.
by multiple people?
Okay, that's a tangent and a half.
Oh my God.
I said I was
How
going to
did
derail.
the
I just
corpse
saw in
get
the
on the
news update.
subway?
They're still looking for one of the people that violated this corpse on the subway. It's breaking news.
What was the
running
corpse
amok.
doing on the
Wow.
subway?
Was somebody killed on
Is
the
that
subway?
why
Or did
Untrackable
Undertaker
shaved his
get
beard
on and
off?
leave his fucking
Was
camera?
it Dusty? Was Dusty named in the whole indictment?
I don't think so.
Well,
These are
was
fair
he?
questions.
She's
Where were you
afraid
in
to say
Jacksonville?
yes. She's afraid to say yes
Oh yeah.
because she knows what will happen to her corpse.
I know. Oh my god.
Now we found out who
The
the
threat has
ex-wife
been received.
My corpse doesn't get violated. Oof.
I mean, I'd rather have my corpse get violated than my not corpse. At
I
that
hope
point, I
my-
don't really have a vested interest in it anymore.
I want to be.
Yeah, we had something
No fight. No,
we had
literally,
something
there's no
yesterday.
fight in there. There's no fight left. It was my
We had
corpse.
something yesterday where somebody jumped out of a car and got run over on the interstate in Virginia, but it's like not on the news. It's not a national story, but like people are crazy. People like flip out.
They've
They do.
always
Were
They
they
flip out.
violated after they were run over?
a certain
No, they
percentage.
got
Oh
run
my.
over. Yeah.
Wait, did they jump out to because they were in peril and then they got run over? Because that's
The person just got pulled over on the side of the road and jumped into traffic. That's what happened.
That's heartbreaking. Oh,
Maybe
Sounds
they're
like
I'm
a
glad
Just
you
like
mentioned that because
just like people will jump in front of a moving train. People want to pass away, I guess
Go
in
ahead,
that
Goblin.
in that
I
way.
was just gonna say what I've noticed, and I was kind of curious what you guys think about this. The states, especially in the U.S., but like the states that have the higher crime rates, they don't cover shit on the news. Have you guys witnessed that or no? Is that just me?
Okay,
Right.
yeah, no problem. So Goblin, the whole thing with the news is it has to be a juicy story. It has to have some kind of relevance to
Juicy,
grow.
baby.
The story has to be able to grow. So if it's just a basic story, they're not going to cover it. But if they can spur the story into racial relations or any kind of like political stuff, then they're going to run with it. They're looking for numbers, clicks, and views, just like YouTube. But if somebody does end their life or somebody is not affiliated with a larger conspiracy, the news doesn't handle it. It's not worth their time.
And also, I think the correlation between or not a correlation. There's some sort of connection between those who are trying to solve crimes and those who are trying to report on crimes. And if you want that special call when something goes down and to be allowed and access to the information, you're not going to spoil an investigation. You know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
I also believe
And
the
that's
media
the big.
that they stay
Also,
away.
the biggest thing is that people get very upset about murder investigations or things investigations. Why don't we have more facts? Why don't we know more? Because they're not done figuring out what exactly happened. Because hearsay kills an investigation. So a lot of times when you don't hear things like the track meet, that horrible track meet murder, that horrible thing that happened. But we want to second guess it and we want to make our judgments on it. But all the facts need to come out. That's why a lot of times the officials, the police department or the government won't tell you exactly what happened because they have to wait for all the facts to come out because everybody wants to make a second judgment. And a lot of times we're right and a lot of times we're wrong. So you have to let the powers that be figure it out. That makes
And
sense.
also you look at the sensationalization of a news story, like you said, clicks and views. If they wind up saying something and speculating for clips and views, they could wind up getting sued themselves for putting somebody's name out there that had nothing to do with it, because that person's going to get automatic backlash, like the
Absolutely.
the Olympic bomber situation. Like what's his name, Eric Jewell or whatever his name was. Like he did his job and evacuated the area, and all of a sudden they looked at him like he was the suspect rather than what he did to get people away from that bomb.
That I don't know if that's just I don't know if that's deflection or deflection or how would you say this, like suspicion or deflection or something along the lines of both, I would assume. I'm not
Sure.
sure.
From who? On whose part?
And the thing with Richard Jewell is Richard Jewell was an actual
On who is
certified
speaking
police
against
officer.
it, Jeff?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just telling Jeff on the side of who was like questioning why he evacuated. You know what I mean?
Richard Jewell was an actual university police officer where he was actually sworn. So he's an actual police officer. And then he left the university and was a security officer, an armed security officer for the Olympics, which means he had a clearance that was high, same as a police officer. Richard Jewell was made to be a patsy, but Richard Jewell did nothing wrong. But you're right. When the story came out before the facts came out. The whole point of me saying this is that the story came out before all the facts came out, and they made Richard Jewell look like a moron, but Richard Jewell came out to be actually factual and did nothing wrong. But the media will run with it for those views. That's my point. What do you
Okay,
gentlemen
so let
think?
me correct my stance then. It wasn't suspicion I was thinking of anyways. It's assumption. I just want to clarify that because it appears that they made assumptions ahead of time.
But an assumption is a guilty verdict in the uneducated minds of the normal people. They don't know what it takes to do these jobs. They don't know what it takes to do these things. So if they hear something from the media, they think it to be true. The media is the biggest liars of anybody you've ever met. They don't have your best interest in heart. They want to sell a story. And if they have to
Nobody pays for
fabricate
the
it,
stories.
if they want to fabricate the story, they're going to do it for more clicks and views. The
I think
media
that,
is the. Go ahead.
well, I think that where what it started from was to serve the public interest and necessities. I think that that's where like independent journalism is why it's so important and how it serves everybody tremendously because it at least seems like or should be operating outside of complete financial gain. But a platform like this, or when we check that box where we give up our rights to be PO'd about some bullshit that's said here, that's the problem. So, like, this platform enables the kind of corrupt information dissemination, and you'd hope that mainstream media operates differently, but it's individual, like, journalists and the organizations that really deliver facts and not narrative. But I'd like to think that people primarily are trying to do something good. I think it just there's lobbyists and stuff in the way, to be quick.
That actually is a great perspective, because that's very true regarding this platform, because there's a lot of fake stuff that goes on. I mean, not so much in the panelverse because we're just doing what we do, but like a lot of like the propped up channels with high numbers and things like that, they do spill a lot of I'm not going to say like false information. It's more along the lines of perspective, but that's how it's easily manipulated.
Okay, well, I'll
Newspapers
say it.
all the time.
I'll say it. It's all false information. There are channels like I'll just give Jeff's a channel and or like channels I go to. They are organically grown. People come here, they enjoy the channel, and the views are real. There are channels that have fake numbers, fake views, fake subscribers, and they look like they're the big swinging, you know what's on YouTube, and they're not. The smaller channels that grow organically, like a channel like this, have more power than them, you know. But the
Well,
biggest thing is, but
yeah, there's something to be said there too. You look at the most popular shows on these news networks, and they are the opinionated um, uh, shows, like the
Shows.
that aren't any that have gone away pretty much, as far as like the Don Lemons and what's the other one, the Tucker Carlsons, where they have they are spewing their opinions, and people are attaching that to statistics, which statistics can be skewed and in debate. So you take these great debaters, give them a topic, and they will spew their narrative opinion about it. And though that's more popular than watching a live incident go down, where people are literally watching through the lens of a camera something actually happen and making an opinion for themselves. Those shows became more popular. So now when people get to do it for themselves, they will create their opinion based off of what they saw and spin their own narrative, whether it be left or right or center or however it be. And so now you have somebody like Greg Gutfield, who tries to be a comedian and also tries to give you the news and his opinion at the same time, and think he believes that those views are based off of facts when it's really just a clown show.
and I think also, if I can say this real quick, I think also a lot of these platforms, if you don't buy into them or you don't feed the troll, we say don't feed the troll. Like if you don't even watch them or even participate in them, they go away. They have nothing else to talk about. And that's in general. That's not just one person. But it's like they're dying for content because they die at the vine. But you're right. They make up these false narratives. They try to run with a story that's not true, that's subjective. And then once you don't feed into it, they have nothing to talk about. So you're right. It's just ignore them. Just ignore them and don't even participate in their nonsense.
Flip
But
this,
they,
y'all.
yeah, they make stuff up, like
I'd rather
completely.
talk to y'all about anything ever.
Yeah,
Hey, that's
Same
for real
here.
though. That's where I'm at too.
yeah,
So what's up?
that's it.
I think that if the immunity like clause or factor was removed, there would be a lot more responsibility in reporting, because people would be held accountable for what they produce.
You talking about like take away the anonymity?
Yeah.
No, I mean actual accountability across the board, because let's say true crime creators on this platform, they invent storylines. They
Right.
manufacture what they say is evidence, and they put a title like breaking news because they want to be the first and they want to have an angle that's different because they're looking to cultivate an audience and to profit. And when that's the motivation, it creates chaos when you're looking for information, and then it gets blurry. You get
Yeah,
infotainment.
okay, so that's a
Mm-hmm.
crime in itself, right?
Shift.
You try to
It's
do that, it's nefarious, or you become, what is it, a night crawl, right? When you have,
Say it again.
you
I'm
know, the
sorry.
night crawl. Yeah.
Shift.
I
It's
couldn't
like
hear you.
shift. It's basically false advertisement. It's like when people will put, like, I'll give you an example. People on YouTube will put people's pictures up in their avatar and say this, and this about this person, right? But that person's not going there. They're not even talking about that. But then they end up talking about something else. So you're right. The media will mislead people for watching, for come and watch the drama, so to speak. And that person who the drama that they're bringing there is not even there. So it's
I
just,
wonder who this person could be.
I would like to address Shift as well. Shift, I love your avatar, but just for once, could you find Dory for me?
No, I
Is
think
that a
she's got,
transgender fish?
she's got a
Yeah.
good point though, because with more responsibility comes more accountability, and that is what we
Sure.
need for this world.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, is if we had a normal, boring conversation every single day, yes, the watch hours would drop because people are looking for that spicy drama. But the problem is that we start to infight and we start to kind of turn on each other. And I think we need to figure out
Mostly,
a
not
way
all
to
of us.
to be friends with each other and have fun with each other. Just have fun and laugh and joke back and forth, because I think we're a victim of our own element. I think
Yeah,
the
that's pretty
pressure
much
from
what we
other
do.
but I think the
Man,
pressure
wait
from
till
other
you see
people
it.
makes us turn on each other. And then at the end of the day, we're all content creators, whether it's your channel or my channel or not.
Of
But
other people's channels.
we all create, we're creating something, So I wish we can all come together and
IG,
have
how
fun.
are you going to get that accountability? That's the issue. If you want accountability and you're not getting it,
Yeah.
There should
and
be
they're
more
like they're not
accountability.
willingly giving it to you, how do you get the accountability that you want?
You can only lead a horse to the water. You can't make it drink.
Yeah, you can.
True.
Yeah, without
True.
some form of authoritarianism. That's the
If you
dilemma.
And
drown it in it, it'll drink.
No, the
the
horse
one
just
thing
needs to be thirsty.
The one thing I've noticed, and everyone up here on this panel, I have utmost respect for. Whether you believe me or not, I have the utmost respect for everyone on panel,
Rank us
because
in
you know
order of
why?
most to
Real
least
quick.
respected on the
Because
panel.
Slow speak
you
too.
have the balls to come up and talk face to face. So I have respect for you. But there are so many people that will chirp in the chat, and they will never have the gall to come up and talk to you face to face. So everyone on panel, you have my respect. Thank you for
You
coming
already
up.
had your
Whether
2 minutes to
Right.
push the drama.
whether we agree or disagree, I have respect
True.
for people that actually put themselves out there.
Acknowledge
What did
me.
Josh Prime do?
Sorry.
That's fat troll. Was it fat auditor? Frauditor?
Yeah. Oh, you don't want Fat Josh?
He came up here and
Fat Josh?
trolled.
Yeah. He called you garbage and all this other stuff. Yeah.
He convinced me to let him up, and he started talking about YouTube channels, but he would throw out these little trolls in the process, and he wouldn't stop.
Yeah.
I kept asking him to stop
It's all good.
because
It's all
he
good.
goes after. He was doing exactly what he goes after on his channel: people abusing their troll powers.
Troll powers.
Did you try any? That's the guy that has like the really big channels, yeah. Did you
No,
did you look
they're
into
all
any of his?
I
bought
subbed to
views.
some
They're
of the
not.
Karen
They're
ones, but
not.
I haven't seen a Karen video come across yet.
They're
So
all
Because
bought
I thought
views.
he gave
we're
you good
Karens.
advice.
He
I thought
was
he gave you
an
good advice.
enemy.
Come over
He
here
was an
harassing me.
enemy
Go
of
find some Karens.
Joe's.
Of
Like
Joe
him
Cool?
and Joe, him and Joe Vegas Valley. They were enemies. Him and Joe were like enemies.
Josh Prime and
yeah,
Vegas Joe.
yeah. So they were enemies.
Well, I'm
So
not
I was a part of
impressed
that.
with
So then,
Josh Prime. So
Joe
he's either a
is
troll
gone.
or
So
very
he just
uncivil.
trolls. He tries to follow me around and troll me. He tried to convince Jack
That's why he's
Talcott
here
into
now,
trolling
saying, "Will
me.
you let me up?" Because you're on.
Yeah. No,
Jack
you can
Talcott doesn't
let him
seem
up.
like much of a troll.
If you want, Jeff, you can let him up. I won't say a word.
No,
I'll
I'm
stay
not
quiet.
letting him
I
up.
promise. I'll just stay quiet. I won't say anything. He'll come up with his fat, sweaty Canadian ass. He's like 300
So you
pounds.
blew not saying anything in like the
Yeah.
tenth of a
Immediately,
second after
he
you
didn't even
said
have a
it.
chance to get up here, and you blew it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let
the
him come
powder
up.
dusty.
Yeah.
He's extremely fat. He's very obese. Very obese.
Well,
Oh, he
that's
doesn't.
But
neither here nor there.
How fat is he?
he's fat. He's fat, sir. He's pretty fat.
He's so fat.
Yeah.
He was standing on a
Oh,
corner.
Hold on.
The police came up to him and told him to break it up.
Josh Prime, I do think that is a legitimate reason to be here. Uh,
If you can get away with
So
it,
if you
there's
want,
not much trolling
it,
other people do.
yeah, no. If you want, so Jeff, he has
Excuse me,
no content. He has nothing to talk about. He's a bored fat Canadian. So, like I said, if you
Okay,
want me
well,
to
you said
drop,
you were
you
going to
can
talk
you
about
can
it,
let
so
him
we can
up.
move on
I
to
will come
something
back
else.
up. I know. I'll come back after he comes up because he's a where's Mike
He's
at?
not
Where's he
coming up.
at?
Hey, Vinny.
Jeff,
Because he
Vinny
doesn't have
can we
anything
do
to
a change
talk
in and out?
about.
I'm kind of curious now.
Yes, and I wanted to see what
Yeah.
was on your shirt.
I'll
Can
get
we
out
do
of
it?
Oh,
the way.
mine?
Yeah, I saw some like rainbow colors.
so you're
Yeah.
a fun guy.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
just white trash, and I buy $3 clearance shirts at Walmart.
Oh, I
I
can
like
tell by your
it.
What is it
Nice.
you wanted to do?
Pretty.
Oh, I want Josh Prime. I want to hear Josh Prime's side. So if you could like dunk one, Jeff,
No, he's not
you
coming
don't
up. I
enjoy
don't
the
want him on my
finer
channel.
things in life.
like Limp Bizkit posters.
I don't want him on my
Oh wait,
channel.
That's
the powder
actually
dusty.
an
Dino,
original one that I found on Facebook Marketplace for $10. It made it 25.
I know,
made it a quarter
but the problem is
century.
Dusty. Josh Prime talks crap about Jeff, so I don't.
Wait a
I talk
minute.
good about
Hang
Jeff.
on, Mike.
So
What
yeah,
about you saying you respect people that come up on panel to talk? Why don't you let them come up and talk?
because he talks crap about the
Yeah, that's
panel.
true.
He's not his.
Well, why don't we find out?
Wow.
And
So
Because I don't want to.
no Dino? Is that
Sounds
your
like he's
hillbilly
disingenuous.
white trash magic trying to like
what are you
convince Jeff?
talking about?
What
Oh,
is
now you're
this
going to
thing
attack me?
about
Nobody
You're going
talking
hillbillies
trash
that you
about me.
to
have?
Hang
attack
on.
me now? Is
Banging
that what it
Gen
is?
X.
Not at all. Not at
Ooh.
all.
Then what was the
Hang
purpose
on,
of
hang
saying
on. I
the
want to hear from
hillbilly trash
Untrackables.
comment?
He
Am I
seems. We have the
triggering you?
alligator
Are you
going
getting
here.
No, I want to know why
triggered,
you
Dino?
said
Are you
that.
getting
Seems
triggered?
serious.
No, you can't trigger me. You're a douchebag.
You said I'm a douchebag, but you seem triggered though. You
Hang
seem
on. I
upset.
Nope,
want to
not
hear from
triggered at all.
Untrackable. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Mike just gave a proposition, like take him down and bring up the other dude,
No.
and let's talk to him, or don't. It was his proposition,
That's my.
but
It has nothing to do with Mike. I kicked him off out of my decision. I
oh,
don't want
okay.
him on out of my decision. That has nothing to do with Mike. I wouldn't have him on anyway, even
All
if
right,
Mike
I
wasn't
didn't know
here.
all that.
That's a different
Have
story
that.
altogether.
Yeah.
You got your reasons. You got your reasons for
And,
not having them up.
and Dino, I'm just messing with you. I do respect you. I'm sorry. I'm just messing with you. I'm just trying to get a reaction out of
But
you. I
what's with the
apologize.
hillbilly thing? Seriously, because you've used it on a lot of
Because
people,
it
and you
triggered him.
live
It
in
triggered him.
hillbilly
I
country.
knew because he
Trigger
has a
me?
country. Because he has a
Yeah, that's
country.
right.
Because he has a country accent. I'm just messing with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like Mike is
Hey,
the
the
troll.
powder dusty. Just real quick, what is your avatar? The Rusty Spoon thing that I watched, like it hypnotized me for a while. What is that all about? Who is that feller? Yeah, what is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
It's doing
Isn't that
stuff to me.
cynical?
Yeah,
That
why?
is salad fingers.
Dusty.
I was
Dusty.
thinking Gator Zim style, so
Yeah.
I was blessed too.
Dusty, are you still with Dusty? Are you still dating Margot? Still?
I
They were
mean,
never.
she's still my side piece.
Oh my gosh! Does she know you refer to her that way?
She
She does
refers to
now.
herself
She does
that
now.
way.
Take
Okay,
care,
cool.
Josh.
Oh
It's
no.
the whole narrative is taking a bit of a weird twist because Noelle is obsessed with Margot, and so now Noelle's got this idea that we're gonna have a threesome. I'm pretty sure she's trying to use me to get to Margot, but it's the thing that Jeff just did with his body after he heard that. Like that is kind of how all of it. Like that's I feel the same way. Like
I don't know how
okay,
you got caught up in that. I knew about the mommy complex
no.
thing.
So well because Noelle heard Margot saying something about me being hot or something, and then Noelle just saw her opportunity, right? Because she's way more clever than she gets credit for.
Oh yeah.
But she was then she's decided that we're gonna have a threesome. But I think that she's just trying to use me to get to Margot.
Are you talking
Dusty,
about the special
the whole
Noel?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Wait,
she's very
what?
special.
Oh no.
Wait. She calls people her like YouTube mom. Is that Noelle?
Yeah, that Noel.
She's trying to have a threesome with you and whoever this Margot is.
Yes.
No, she had a
Do
fiance.
you want to
She does have
sprinkle
a boyfriend
allegedly on
as well.
that? It's real
That was
Oh
what
my
I asked her. I was
God.
like, Noel, don't you have a boyfriend? She's like, yes.
After
All right.
volleyball practice.
All
Well,
right.
that's gangster.
You're a Dusty. You're a dirty man. You're a dirty dog, dude. Just a dirty dog.
It feels really weird hearing you say that to me. It feels like you're trying to foreplay with me, but
I'm
Yeah,
not.
you
I'm
want
not.
to tangle up in your beard. We've already learned this.
I think it was five
Dirty
play. I think it
man,
was
dude.
five
look,
play.
Mike, why don't you go back to hitting on Plastic African? He seemed to mind
I
it less
will.
than me.
African, your hair looks amazing, bro. It looks. African? Do you use Pert Plus, like with conditioner and shampoo?
I just eat
I
well.
remember when that came out.
Give us
Hey,
the
Flo,
product.
if you get your beard game right, Flo, if you get your beard game right, African, Mike, you and I, we could get them all tangled together. You know what I'm saying?
You left out
Damn,
Bradley.
you are.
Oh my gosh, like a whole Rat King network of your beards. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna shave the little bit of stubble I have all the way off now.
Hold on, let me have this moment. Let me just
I'm going in for
imagine.
LASIK.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Did you say a Rat King movement? Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
god!
what you said.
Rat
Yeah,
King
yeah, bro.
network.
Yeah, that's what you
You
said.
know about Rat King?
Yeah, you said yeah, wrecking. Yeah.
Do you
I'm
know
gonna
what a
be
rat
shaving
king
my
is?
eyebrows, shaving my fuck everything, losing all the hair.
No, you're ruining the
African.
dream, Dusty.
Oh
You're ruining it.
no!
Yeah, then
African,
it'll
have
just
you
be.
ever?
Ew. Sorry to whoever wrote that.
African, have you?
But you
A
know Rat
question. It's
King.
just an African honest question. Have you ever chafed a man's taint with your beard? Just chafed his
Oh
taint
my
with your beard. Just
I
a
don't think I've
question
ever had
from
that.
the
What
chat.
is that, Mike? Like a drive-by?
It's not how
What
you
the hell?
That's like when a chick's got stubble and she sits on your face.
Oh no!
You're
Dude.
welcome on behalf of all women.
It's worth it on behalf of all
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
men.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
you'll like
Oh yeah.
it.
Oh god!
Yeah. You
Aw.
I'm
take
down.
that bullet. You take that bullet in that situation for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep.
Dusty, you are super bi. Don't lie. You are super bi, dude. Don't
Only
lie.
for you, Mikey. Only for you, Mike.
You would,
And
you
it's
would,
not even
dude.
it's
You
not
would,
even
you
because
would
you're hot
turn.
so
You
much
would,
as I just like hearing you squeal.
Dusty.
I
You
like
would, you'd be twerking for the right cash app. Don't lie. You'd be twerking
Sorry,
And
that
I'll
box for the
twerk for
right
you for
cash app.
free, Mike.
You'd be like,
sorry,
hi.
Numbers
sorry,
are
You'd be
you're talking.
double snap. Don't lie,
Hey, Flo,
Dusty.
Hey, I'll do it
we,
for free
That was
right now, Mike.
good.
This one's for you,
Flo, we
Mike.
could put them in the Devil's
Uh
Triangle. You heard?
oh.
Look, Jeff. I got him twerking. Jeff, I
Make
got him
him full
twerking.
screen. Make him full screen. Hey,
Clip it.
Dusty, I dropped my
Oh,
pen. Can you pick it up?
Jeff, is it
I
me?
look.
Jeff,
The
is it me,
only
or do
the
I
first
have?
line is free. The first line is free. After that,
Yes,
I'm gonna put my
Oh,
yes.
cash up.
Is
I'm
damn
gonna
it?
put my
it.
Is
cash
it
up in my
me?
name.
Is it me, or do I have troll magic? I just made you twerk on camera, you flaming son
Well,
of
you
a
didn't
gun.
do it with a
That's
six
I
pack.
love
that's
it.
You're a
magic.
little
No,
That's
rusty.
magic.
you just have narrative
It was
magic
all
where
for
whatever
free.
happens, you're like, I meant for that to happen.
It can't be that hard. He's got to
But you
scribble
did it. But you
in the
did
background.
it. You did
Mike,
it.
I have
Make it
I
hard,
have a clip
Bradley.
loaded up in
Make
my
it
StreamYard
hard.
of me twerking. That's like saying, Mike, I made you breathe air. Mike, breathe some air.
Dusty, how
Oh
bad?
my
Dusty,
God,
how
I
you're
bad do
made
you want me
him
talking
to?
breathe
to
some
breathe.
Okay,
air.
all
You're
right. That's okay.
talking
That's
to
okay. That's
breathe.
all
Breathing
right.
air.
Dusty, how bad do you want me to be your co-host? Do you want me to be your co-host? I know you do. You want me to be my co-host. Just ask me. Say, Daddy Mike. Say, Daddy Mike. I want you
He's
to be my
gone.
co-host. Just say
He's
it.
Hi,
gone.
Say, Daddy
Jimmy.
Mike.
Come in
I
the
want you
game,
to be
Flo.
my co-host. Just
He
say
can't
it.
hear you.
I had to
Doesn't
get
have
an
your
Just
ashtray.
say it.
I had to get an
Okay,
He
so
didn't
ashtray.
hear you.
Dusty, I will help grow your channel. Say, Daddy Mike, be my
I'm
co-host.
definitely okay on that.
Be my
I'll swallow your
co-host.
dick.
Just do
Mike,
it.
Not your channel he's
Mike,
talking
you
about.
came on my
Just
channel
say
one time.
Dusty.
You got
Say
kicked off
Dusty
the only
brings all
time
the
you've ever come
boys
on
to
my
the yard.
channel.
Dusty,
Oh,
say it. Dusty,
only
say
time you
it.
came
Say
on my channel, you
Dusty.
got kicked off because you were being creepy towards Lindsay and trying to
Not at all.
insert yourself.
What was that, like 2 years ago? Was that
Yeah,
2
you
years
haven't
ago when
been
I was
back since.
trolling? Like I was trolling 2 years ago?
You were not trolling. You were
Okay.
trying to.
So Dusty, say I bring all the boys to the yard. Say Dusty brings all the boys
Mike,
to the yard. Just say it. Just say it.
Everything in our experience
Say it one
should lead you
time.
to believe
Dusty,
that you're
why
not
do you look like
allowed
Meg?
at my
Why do you look like
channel.
Meg Griffin? Dusty, why do you look like Meg Griffin from? Come on, just for Family Guy.
Wait,
Just say
Untrackable
it.
has another parable.
Is this peer pressure here?
What is
Dusty,
that?
is this
I
peer
don't know.
pressure
I'm
from
trying to interpret
King?
It's related to the
pressure.
two of you in
You
your
guys,
conversation.
You want to talk about it?
Untrackable and
Is it
friendly.
making
I'll
you
turn this
laugh?
car
Is that what
around
it
right
means?
now.
Yeah, for sure. No, don't turn it around. Just pull over for a little bit.
That's it. That's it. Dusty, I'll think
I'm not
about.
touching
I will
you.
think. Dusty, I will think about coming back to your channel. I'll think about it. If my
Now, Mike, are
presence,
you aware
if
of
my
the
presence
inmate
comes to
roster I
you,
have?
it'd be like Jesus himself walking into your panel. It'd be like Jesus Christ coming into your panel.
Mike,
I'll think
I'm gonna
about
have
it.
to add you to the
I'll
roster.
consider it. I'll consider it, Dusty.
Well,
All right,
Okay.
Mike is so humble.
please do.
Only if you keep it Dusty. I
No, it will
might
be
come.
Dusty. It will be
All right.
Dusty.
There we go.
I
There we go.
agree. Dusty and you.
Keep
Now,
it
Mike,
Dusty.
I'm wondering if I need to add you to the. You know, I have an inmate roster, and what that is that's people who have been blocked but have bonds, right? So like, I don't know. There's a lot of people
You don't
who are
know.
who
You
are
don't know
blocked
what
because
you're
they're
talking
annoying.
about, bro. You're getting
No, I
lost
do.
in
I'm
the
reading it
troll.
right
You're getting
now.
lost in the
No,
troll right now. Want me to
it's
take
not a
over?
troll. It's
Want me to
really
take over
there.
your troll for you?
I want one
No,
of
I'm
those
explaining
bonds.
something to you. It's really a revenue source as well. So people pay for it. But Mike, I'm wondering if I need to throw
10%.
you onto the inmate roster, which means that you're banned until somebody pays for it because you seem to misunderstand what I want from you, or that I do want something from you.
He's putting you in prison.
What is that? What is that, Dusty?
In prison.
Not really anything.
He wants
Untrackable.
money. He wants
Untrackable.
money.
Right. So Dusty,
him or
we
he'll
admit.
exploit you.
We both admit that I own you, right? I own you. Will you admit that?
Why would
No,
why would
only
you
if you
think
can
that?
provide him money.
I would like
Then
the
he won't
evidence
coup
of
at that
that,
point.
please.
We want to talk about
Okay.
slavery. No one owns anybody here, okay?
Right. I got you. Do you think I'm better than you on YouTube?
I'm
I
better
think you're
than you,
worse
and
than
you
me.
know it.
But I would like to
you
hear
think I'm
you
worse
make.
than you?
I would like to hear you provide evidence for you being better than me, though. I would like to hear that.
Everything I do?
The fact that you're on a phone.
Something specific evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on a phone. I'm on a computer, but
hold on, Mike.
yeah.
Can you twerk better than him? Let's see it.
Computers have sides.
Probably. No, he can't twerk better than me. And now he's in a double bind because if he does, he'll be like, "Oh shit, they made me do that," because he had tried to play that game. So
Right.
you have to admit that you're a worse twerker than me, or you have to admit that he made you twerk.
Well, you have to demonstrate it either way. There's no way to test
So
it.
I don't do this for money. I don't grift. I don't do this for money. But I made you twerk on camera. You twerked. You did. You twerked on camera.
Twerk.
And
I
Bradley,
made you breathe.
Twerk.
you made me. Bradley is rock hard from seeing you twerk.
Bradley,
It's the truth.
Bradley's been rock hard all day. That's not
Dusty, would you twerk
the truth.
again?
What's that?
Would you twerk one more time?
Man, I just said that I need a Cash App.
You need money. So you're grifting. So you're grifting on someone else's channel. You're grifting.
I'm always
I'm
grifting.
grifting too here.
Yeah.
Grifting.
African, shake your beard. Money will fall
Mike,
out.
do you
Africans
feel like
rich.
there's virtue in doing things for free just because for your own entertainment?
I'm rich.
Yes, I do because, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm financially secure. And I don't beg for money. I don't beg for money.
You just beg for attention. That's the thing that's lacking in your life is the attention.
Is that what I
the
do?
interaction. Yeah.
Is that what I do? So, but why are you talking about me? Do you think
Me and Shift Happens are having a conversation now.
You think you're more popular than me?
Me and Shift Happens are having a conversation.
Mike,
look at my Meg Griffin nose.
Right.
You think you're more popular than me?
Dusty,
You can double team me. I'll rip both of you apart. It's fine.
If you want me to be on your
all I'm
channel,
trying to say is that,
we can
I'm just trying to talk to you, and this guy won't stop like demanding.
I
attention.
know,
Mike, let him talk.
I know because I'm irritating you. I'm irritating you right
But
now.
Well,
can I just
yeah,
say
but I
real
want to
quick
hear
You're
that
from
the
irritating
back,
Shif.
everyone right now.
the
Yeah,
back of
it's
African
irritating.
chair looks like a pirate hat.
It does. If
What?
he'd swivel a little bit more to the left.
No, African chair. You gotta show it.
Oh,
Did you play
Oh,
Batman?
African's chair.
oh, he's playing video. He's like,
He looks like a pirate
Yeah.
hat, though,
he
doesn't
got
it?
bored
He's
of
playing
Army
us.
heart
Slim.
ace.
What are you
Heart
playing?
ace.
Arg!
Davy
Arg!
Jones's locker.
What are these
Arg.
pictures that is coming out of the wall?
There's a
We
lot of
must
shit
get
on
back
that
on our
shelf over
boat
there.
and pillage
What's
this
a
village.
pirate's favorite restaurant? Arby's.
I don't know
That's
what
Uh,
he's
right.
saying now.
That was good.
He looked like a confused
What's a
Mike.
pirate's favorite letter?
Don't you do it.
arr.
Don't
Oh.
you do it. That's way too
Arr.
easy.
P.
No, it's the C.
Oh shit.
How much do you charge a pirate for an ear piercing?
No, that's
A
not the joke.
buccaneer.
It's how
A
much to ear.
buccaneer.
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
What is it?
You
How
guys,
much do pirates
dad
pay for
jokes.
earrings about a buccaneer?
The guy came in with a pirate ship
Uh,
wheel on his buckle, and
Don't
bartender says,
correct
"What's
me,
that for?" He
Shift.
says, "It's driving me nuts."
Driving me nuts. Hey, Dusty. Hey, Dusty. How come the
Yes.
lifeguard didn't save the
Oh,
hippie from
God.
drowning?
Why is that?
Because it was too far out, man.
What do a drug dealer and a prostitute have in common? Or not
What?
have in common? What's the difference? What's the difference?
oh,
Money, something about money.
Drug dealer can or prostitute can
she can
wash her
carry her
crack and
groceries
sell it
home.
again.
Wash or crack and sell it again. No, drug dealers do that too.
Good.
They try to. You smoke a little bit, I wash it off and sell it. I bet you they've done that. Now I'll take a little hit, I'll wash it off and I'll sell it. Just a
Hey,
little hit.
Dusty, what's your channel about? I've only seen you on other panels, but I don't know anything about
You don't
My
what
know
you
flow
do.
channel.
state?
That's a really hard question to answer. It's harder than it seems like it should be. Jeff, what would you say? I don't really know how to answer that ever.
So it's just like a sort of like organic conversations, or do you like?
Can I give it a shot?
Yeah, take it, Goblin.
Okay, I think Full State's channel is pretty good for community, and he also knows quite a bit about characteristic types and things of this matter. Actually,
Things of that nature.
yeah, I've actually learned a lot over there. I haven't been over there lately, but other
Yeah,
than
what the fuck, Goblin? Where you been?
This show is
I've
about
been in the
hell,
chat.
heaven, God, the devil,
Is that
interrelationships.
Dusty's link in the private chat?
Yeah, he's
I actually
pretty-
that's the channel I don't use as much anymore. I'll put the new channel backstage, but I actually just that link I just dropped before the question is clipped out from the one time Mike came to the panel. It was actually a pretty good episode, but that's when Barbie and fucking Lindsay got into it.
Oh,
that must have been a blessing, Mike.
Oh, I think that one made the panel awards.
Yeah, so you need
I think this
you
was the
need
year
me.
before.
You need to talk about me from 2 years ago.
No, we're not
Dusty?
talking about you at
Barbie.
all. It's incidental. You happen to luck
You
into
just
dropping in
brought
on an
me
intro.
up. You just
You
so are you
lucked into
another
it
so
dropping
are
in on
you
an
another
interesting
fanboy,
incident.
Dusty? Are you another fanboy? Are you fanboy, Dusty?
Oh my god!
Because you
This
want
isn't
me to
even
come to
boy.
your chat. You want me to come back to your channel, but I'm not going to.
Is
Sorry,
this
I'm
He
reverse
said he's
sorry.
going to
psychology?
make people pay
I'm
for
sorry
it.
to break your heart, dude. I'm sorry. I'm
Mike,
sorry
are
that I
you
come to
trying to
Jeff's.
fish
I'm a
an
friend of
invitation out of
Jeff's.
me?
I'm a friend of CT's. I'm sorry that I come to these channels and they
Mike,
have
stop being
doubled
a
in
pick
their
me.
numbers.
I don't accept
Dusty,
it.
I'm
Stop
not coming to
being
your
Flo gets a
channel.
lot
You
of
can
numbers.
cry all you want. Dude, you're a grifting moron. Have fun. Have fun with your
Yes,
All
I
channel.
do
grifting.
grift. I'm
Have
not
fun
inviting you.
with it.
Stop being a pick
Have
me.
fun with it.
Fuck
You
the other
invite
thing.
me. If I came there, you'd shit your pants and let
I
me
don't
up in a
need to watch
heartbeat.
this
You'd be
tomorrow.
like,
Try it one day.
Vinny,
yeah.
not even dirty.
Oh my god.
Dusty,
Oh yeah,
I'm
nice to
sorry,
meet you,
man.
Goblin. Sorry to be
It's
so
funny
rude.
because Jeff, getting back to that, a lot of these channels are
Here's my
dead
new
now.
channel
They're dead
Hang
backstage.
on, I want to
channels.
hear
They're
from Shiv.
dead
Getting back to what?
channels. They're dead, and they talk
Getting
about
back.
stuff from 2-3 years ago.
You do too. I complain about it all the time. You talk about drama
Me?
from your.
I do.
Yes. That's one of the things between us that keeps coming
Whatever.
up.
These are all.
But I want to hear from Shift.
I think she's leaving.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. Well,
What the fuck? Hi, Jeff. How are you?
hey, you were trying to say something?
Well, I didn't introduce myself to Goblin, so I just wanted to say hello because it's the first time that I'm making an acquaintance. So hello.
Me too.
Oh, she's so polite.
What
Nobody
are you
She is.
else.
gobbling? Cock?
Good bad.
Well, I feel like I didn't
Oh, fuck.
answer your question well at all because I didn't. So my channel is
Hmm.
basically it's a variety show. I do a lot of open panels. I do I get involved in debates frequently, and what are some recurring themes? There's some drama. There's some economics. Whatever. It's just whatever. I talk
Economic.
about whatever's interesting to me.
Okay, so it's not like all salad fingers all the time or like solicitation of threesomes.
Salad.
Actually, it's never salad fingers. There are frequent solicitations of threesomes, but
Okay,
you're welcome to
good.
say you're welcome to decline, and that will not be
Yeah.
taken poorly.
Oh
Mm.
wait, I was gonna say, where's the application?
Oh no, she's gonna
Oh,
volunteer.
but
She'll volunteer for that.
let me throw my Discord in the back as well.
Yeah, that's right. Cool, cool, cool. Dino, make the noise.
Woo!
Which one?
The one that
Oh,
got fit this moment.
yeah, drop it in the back.
Thank you. That noise is for me.
I hear a car again. Is that his game?
Somebody's
Yeah.
really
I think
Well,
that's
maybe
my
his
shut
I don't know
the
game.
what
door.
that is.
I don't know, but I'm really hard right now.
That was crazy.
I think.
Purr, purr, purr.
Ah, is there a cat over there?
Hey,
Motorboat.
Mike, doing that volunteer work for the pantries, man, that is more appreciated than what many people probably tell you
For
online. I
panties?
wanted to say that was a great thing on your behalf.
Who did that? Who is that?
What are you doing,
No,
Mike? What is this?
What do you
Volunteering for the pantry?
the
Yeah.
homeless.
And which people are
Oh, that's
pathetic?
cool.
Who's
Oh,
pathetic?
is
Food
that how you
bank
look
for
for
the
friends?
homeless.
People who are
No, I
desperate
didn't say
and
pathetic. I said that's actually a great thing, and many
Yeah.
people.
Yeah,
No, no,
so what we
no.
do,
The
so
comments in
being a
the
part of the
chat.
Catholic, be part of the Catholic Church, we have charities, and we feed the homeless, and we help with the food banks and stuff like that. That's what
Boo.
Catholics do. We have
Let them get
the
their own
largest.
food. Sorry.
Okay, if you can make fun of it if you want to, but we're the largest contributors of the homeless and the needy that there are. The Catholic Church is. So a lot of us at the church we volunteer 3-4 hours of our day, a couple of days a week to help distribute food and distribute things like that, clothes and food.
I wonder if
That's
the
It's
Catholic
awesome.
Church would be able to solve all those problems entirely with if it released some of the money that it's got.
right.
At
So
least
that's what we do.
temporarily.
It's
And
not.
Goblin, I appreciate it. It was great
Yeah.
because the amount of love, that I saw in that time was amazing. People really were in need, and they really were thanking us. And Easter's coming up, so he has risen. Jesus has risen
Christ is
again.
king.
So
Roll back that stone.
Have you heard?
that's it.
Have
That's
you
it.
heard?
So you can make fun of it if you
He
want
has
to, but the
risen.
thing is that not you, Jeff, but the thing is that it was a great experience. I'm sharing an experience that I just had, and it was great. It was
Mhm.
amazing to see the amount of love because there's so much negativity in the world, and it was great to see a room full of Catholics just really
Did,
taking care of each other. It
did you
was it
like
was
the
nice to see.
superiority you got from talking to other people who needed
No,
stuff from?
it's not even that.
All right, Goblin, I'll
It's
back off it. I won't.
it's a dedication for what you feel moral and just. I used to work for 3 churches, and I also have helped with pantries in the past. So I just wanted to tell you I respect that, and I'm thankful for that.
Do you have a
Goblin, I
broken
appreciate
TV
it, man.
behind you,
I
or is that
appreciate
a
it.
painting of nothing?
Who, me?
Yeah, Goblin. What's behind you?
Oh,
Is that broken?
that's a painting of nothing.
It's a painting of nothing.
No, it's
Oh,
What? I
actually
thought
an
it was your air
AC that got
conditioner.
that's what
framed
I thought
in,
was
and then the
Hang
air
on.
conditioner went out. The air conditioner went
Oh,
out, so we just taped it up instead of.
Yeah, I know because we had a wall like that too that we had to put something. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. All right.
Yeah,
painting of nothing.
got the new
It's a
one over
show
there.
about
So.
nothing. I saw a show about nothing. He's got a painting about nothing.
Yeah.
hey, Seinfeld made millions off a show about nothing.
That's right.
Mm.
It's true. Until one guy said something in a comedy show.
Hmm.
Well,
I think
technically
people helping people
that was
like
after the
is
show.
Are the
beautiful,
luckiest people
just in
It
general.
is.
in the
It
world.
is, Chef, for sure. It uplifts the positivity and the vibrations or the spirits inside yourself. It makes you feel good because you know that you're being of service to others. And I'm not trying to say like you should be docile, but you should be there to love your neighbor.
I'd like to uplift your balls.
Oh my God!
What?
You got some working on to do.
It
These
was great.
buckers are
It
heavy.
was a great experience.
Oh, your balls?
Did y'all get your balls all charged up?
Bradley, can you
Yeah,
twerk?
Really
Can you
heavy
twerk for us,
balls.
this
Bradley?
is not for me, dude.
Heavy balls. Have a shirt that says heavy balls.
Hey Jeff, I can hear your computer do that twirly thing again. I don't know, like sometimes you'll hit a button and it stops it. Just
Yeah,
FY.
let me hit the button. Okay, that should stop it. I still hear
Yeah.
that car noise. Like when
Yeah,
you leave
no
a
shit.
car door open, or
That
back
noise
in
is
the
really
day when you left
whoever
the car
that
door
is.
open, it would ding.
It's not good.
Maybe
Yeah,
somebody's just perpetually in reverse in a truck right now.
That's my iron lung.
Somebody's driving for a long time in reverse.
We got 2 for Seth Rogen tonight. So
Right,
thank you,
2.
Seth, for gracing my channel.
That's Rogan.
I was hoping you'd bring in more viewers with your
You think I
reputation.
could be?
Whose fucking dinging is that?
You hear the
Yeah, it sounds
dinging?
like
I thought it was
We've only been
African.
It's
talking about that for
irritating as
20
fuck.
minutes now.
It sounds
Yeah,
like someone
me.
has like a 3D printer going on in the background or some bullshit. Like,
It's not untrackable. It's not African. It's not Goblin.
Is it me?
It's not me because I'm inside of iron
Just
lung.
try
like I
muting
said.
these motherfuckers so we figure
it's
it out.
not me. I'm muted.
It's gonna be Mike or Flo. It's Mike.
Mute Mike.
And
Yeah,
it's
there it goes.
And
Mike. It's
Oh,
Mike.
It's Mike. It went
the
away.
king of bad audio.
It's Mike. Mike, what are you doing?
What's going on over there, Mike?
It's
Well,
the
it can
scapegoat
be a,
actually
it
ended
can
up
Is your
being.
building on fire and you're refusing to leave? What's
is it like a fan or something? It could just be
it,
something really weird. Like,
it can be a thing that I've heard before, and it's like even minor computer fan noise. Because StreamYard it tends to make people's phones overheat. It can do computers.
Oh, yeah.
Streaming takes a lot from a computer, and if that fan is whizzing, it comes through the mic.
Oh, this fan's taking a piss. It's whizzing over there.
That's part of why I try to
Why
stay
is Mike making
like,
that face? What is that face?
like the more video and everything that you put into it at the same time, it messes with the bandwidth.
Oh, I'm with the band. Sorry.
Well, speaking
I'm
of
with
whiz,
the band.
Hell
We're
yeah.
with the band.
That's just how hot we are.
Fuck yeah.
You see, we're the band. That's from Blues Brothers.
Oh. You got bandwidth? No, we with the band.
Hey, that's why I stream from cold places.
Oh. Oh, that's
Save,
yeah.
I
save
got
the
friends
fan.
in cold places and
You're in your garage. Your cold ass garage out there.
Yeah, it'll be tough in the summertime because I'm gonna have 3 chicks blowing on my phone while I stream. You know what I'm saying?
Whoa.
That's
that
not
was that
Whoa.
application.
Why don't you? I would have them blowing somewhere else, but all right.
Yeah.
blowing my phone.
Suck that dick. Right.
Hey, I'm married. I got my priorities. Blowing my phone, bitch.
There you go.
Cool down.
I'll buy you Waffle House tomorrow morning. Just keep me up all night.
Mm-hmm.
Just the meal there, or the whole Waffle House. I'll
A
do
cup of coffee.
franchise.
All right,
A cup,
Jeff, it's smoke time.
fuck
I
Oh,
gotta
a cup of coffee. I thought
family
you meant a franchise.
do
Oh,
my
you gotta
thing.
get out of
bro.
here.
Yeah, I did want to say thanks for the time today. I hope everyone has a great day.
Have
You
a
as
good
well,
night.
Goblin.
Nice
Always
to
good.
meet
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Have a
Goblin.
beautiful always.
Nice to
I'd
meet
like to
you,
buy your
even though I didn't
painting.
introduce myself.
How much for the painting of nothing?
It's priceless.
Yeah. Mm.
Well, I need to wrap up anyway, so we could start winding down.
Eat some
Anybody want to
leftover Chinese
close with
food.
something?
Oh man, I wouldn't mind having a chicken wrap right now.
That's a good thing
Yeah.
to close with.
I'll do a closing song. I'm the major model of a modern major general. You like that?
That's from
That was trash. I'm just leaving. I'm not even saying bye.
Very nice to meet you more, Dusty.
I guess my closing statement are when you hear jokes, they don't garner responses. You hear a joke, you laugh at it, and then you get a chance to tell a joke when it's your turn or whatever when it's relevant. However, even if the joke's on you, it does not garner a response. You move on, or it looks like you got butt hurt. So I'll say that.
So what you're saying is it's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard.
Yeah. I'm looking at a joke.
right.
Now move on.
Okay. All right, Jeff. Have a great night. Always a pleasure. Yeah. Bye, everybody. Thanks for this.
Bye. Yep, I'm getting out
You
of
as
here too.
well.
Beat it,
Thanks,
fish
Shift.
girl.
Take
Get off the
care.
diving
Thanks for
board.
the vibe.
All right, I'm gonna drop
Bye.
out of here too. So I just want to say one last joke. How do you keep a bunch of morons in suspense?
In suspense. Hang them by. What? Oh fuck! That was cold, Dino. Oh man, I felt that one. All right, that was funny. Mike, you're sitting there, all built up. I could tell.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Oh,
I just think the negativity is outweighing the fun. That's all.
oh.
And yeah, I just
Well, I'm
wish you the
sorry about
best.
that.
No, you don't have to be
Sometimes that
sorry.
happens, I
It just
guess. Or sometimes,
yeah,
like one person's fun is another person's negativity.
yeah. It's more than one person. It's just it's become a cesspool. But I mean,
But do you
it's
think it
okay.
like if you're a troll, you should be able to take some trolling? Since
If I'm not
like
if I'm not trolling and I'm having a good conversation and people come up to constantly stir it, I don't know. It's
it
all
gets
right.
old.
Like I said, it's no big deal. It's not anything personal or
Well,
anything
it
like
keeps
that. But
coming up, so
yeah,
it's a big deal, obviously.
that's all good.
Well,
It's
I
all
had
good.
fun. Even like
Yeah, me too. Me
most
too.
of my
But the
night was
negative,
fun.
yeah, the negativity is starting to outweigh the fun. So yeah,
Well,
but yeah,
it probably ebbs and flows depending on the day.
sure. It's ebb and flow. It really is. It really is. But I mean, I think your chat is extremely disrespectful. But like I said, it is what it is.
But
It
I
is what
saw
it is.
you in there throwing your little shits too. So
Yeah, I know.
it's
I
like
know.
it's a case of every time you point a finger.
But if I disconnect and stop coming, they will not come back. So they'll
I
follow me
won't. That'll
somewhere
be
else.
okay. You
So
mean the trolls won't
it's
come
just
back?
it's funny. It's funny to me. No, no. What do they have to troll about? They have nothing else to
Right,
troll about.
exactly.
They're just
I'd be
trolls.
okay with that.
That's all they are. I don't get upset at all. I'm not upset at all. It's just funny. And like the whole thing, like people will take turns trying to attack people in numbers. But like I said, it's cool. It's totally cool. I can handle myself. I don't need anyone's help. But I try to keep the trolling to a minimum on your channel. A minimum on your channel. I hope. I
And,
don't trying to get
until you
dirty.
can't, because you said that you
Yeah,
sometimes you
until
just
you
can't help
can. Yeah.
yourself.
You got to let go sometimes. But no, another good stream. Like I said, it's fun. It's a fun experience, but it's just like
That's why they call it
sometimes
a
getting the
stream. It does it's gonna
yeah,
have
you're
its
right.
flow.
You're right. But you try to read me and trust me, I'm not upset whatsoever. Like there's no emotion whatsoever. Like
I
I'm not
tried to read
upset.
you.
It's just sometimes you try to read my how I'm reacting to what's going
Oh, I
on.
thought you meant
You
read
know,
like in the gay world, like insult you and
no,
tell
no,
you
you
all
try to
about
read
yourself.
me like no,
Oh,
it's like
yeah,
see
I'm
how
really
my
bad
my
at reading people
emotions
though.
are to
It
kind of
yeah, but I don't ever think
yeah.
I'm right
But
on
no,
it.
it's
It's
just
just a guess because I'm really
it
bad at reading.
it's funny to me that yeah, it's funny people talk all this smack, but they'll never come up and they'll never confront somebody to their face, digitally to their face, digitally.
Sometimes they
And
do.
it's just
I've
that's
snapped it in front a lot.
yeah, that's to me, that's a coward. But when they do confront me face to face, they get wrecked. They get torn apart, but I hold back. With you, I hold back. On other
Well, I
panels, I don't
appreciate it.
hold back. I
If
rip
this is
into
holding
people.
back, I appreciate it.
Yeah. So, yeah, trust me, Jeff, I hold back. But, I try to analyze and try to talk to people about what's the problem, but then, like I said, I apologize to certain people and I want to be cool with them, but then they come back up again. And they talk about the same stuff they talked about before. It's like, it's just it's the same stuff over and over again. So the bottom line is that they don't want us to be friends. They don't want me to talk to you. That's just they as in a conglomerate group. But the thing is that me and you are cool. We have fun. We have a great conversation. And I thought that we actually were having a really in-depth conversation earlier. Then it got to kind of a little bit of a poop show. And then it
Yeah.
went back to a conversation again. But
Yeah.
I do appreciate you. Enjoy your night. Like I said, I don't harbor anything like that. It's just, I think that this is the best study of psychology I've ever seen. This is the best free psychology lesson you've ever seen in your life. People are so diverse. It's something very interesting. African, God bless you and your glorious hair. Great to see you once again. All right.
Take
But
care,
Jeff,
King.
take care, man. Have a good stream. If you're continuing, but I mean, if you come up again, I'll talk
It's
to
a
you again.
work
But
night
no,
tonight.
there's
It's
no
gonna
ill
have to
will. I just think it's a great case study for people's behaviors. I'll talk to you later. I know I'm talking too much. I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh,
Take care.
he left. I was going to hear from African, but he left. Okay. Yep. We'll do it again. I'm probably going to be off. I'm taking tomorrow off, but I'll be out probably Monday evening. So take care.
Okay.
All right. That's
I'm
it
trying to end it.
for me.
It's not ending it. I keep hitting.
Huh?
All right. Take care.
Oh, take care. It's hard. I know to not know how to leave a stream. Let's see. Shiv, thank you. Spike, yes. Paul, Kikalani, Not Laws in Canada called Man on a Ledge. Wow, that's kind of, like Dino, you two, Zephyr, Cheesehead was here, Jeremy, whole bunch of people tonight. So, like I said, probably I work tomorrow. I'm going to take the day off of streaming and probably be back on Monday. So you can look for me then. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I will see you then. Take care. Be yourself, even if it's weird. Out.